Good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Ninjani. Kuhle. If I could ask folks to take their seats. I know there are still some hellos, faces we haven't seen in a while. But I think let's endeavor to try and start on time. Molweni betnan, igama lam nguNolundi Luwaya, ndingumzimi uzondo unxele uyemyem sopiki ngoba engcuku ngolomsilo umali unyankweza ubhomoy. I'm part of a two-person facilitation team this morning. You will meet my colleague Umazbucho Jaha. But I am wanting to start us off, to open the program this morning, to greet you all, to welcome you all, and to welcome those who are joining us online. Oh, that's awkward. There's the photo. In case you can't identify my face. Colleagues, just to let people know that the agenda is not being handed out in a hard copy form. What we're asking people to do is to use the Wi-Fi login details, which will be projected shortly. And we're asking people to download the program digitally on your devices. That's in the interests of running a sustainable event and trying our best to be a paperless event. I'd also flag for colleagues that water bottles are available at the front, glass bottles. Please return the bottles after you've had a drink, after you've finished them. You'll also find in your packs, there are bottles that can be filled up at the various water coolers as well. Again, just in the interests of sustainability. It's really just to ask our colleagues who are going to be part of the opening ceremony to please come down to the front. I did see Rabbi Fox walk past me a moment ago. There you are, perfect. If I could ask you all to just come and occupy the chairs here in the front so that we can begin that process. If our colleagues Umlingani Poswayo and Shakil Gard are in the room, if you could also please come down to join the opening ceremony. Just to say that the program, as I said, is downloadable digitally. For those of you who might want to use bathrooms, they are at the back of the venue, so through the doors and on either side. There are also bathrooms available in the cafeteria, at the back of the cafeteria. But if you are lost or struggling, look out for people who are wearing the volunteer t-shirts. They can help with information and advice. So without taking too long, ndizocela Bishop Joe Sioka ba asivulele, please. My mistake. We're actually going to start with Ugogo Ncenashi.
Tama Queen, Thokozani. Sizawuqala sicela abantu abadala ukuba basondele, basivulele indlela sizokwazi ukusebenza. Mina xa ndicela ndihamba nomyoshe omoya ophahlane omlalo. Ndihamba namayirha omzondo oziyeka osampo kagibe thamba lenyoka lihlabele imzondayo. Ndihamba nocirha oncibano nojaholo oqhanqolo ontswenzwe isihlobo sikaphalo hlomla lidala nempondo omcaleka. Odlomo omthembu madibo sophitsho yemyemo ovela bempensela. Ondungwane obhejulo odiya ugungo ndarhala oqhwesha amagezi maqatha likhona onqolo umsila. Ndithi ndiyacamagusha ndithi thokozani bantu abadala. Sikhwaza abantu abadala sithi thokoza ndawe myoshe moyo. Sithi emanzini, emoyeni, emhlabeni, emlilweni, sithi ezindulwini, emaweni, sithi emqolombeni ezingetheni. elagcwabeni kukomkhulu. Sikhwaza abantu abadala kuzo zonke iindawo ezihlala abantu abadala, sithi camakwini bantu abadala, camakwini makhehla makhulu. Sicela abantu abadala basondele, sicela abantu abadala basebenzisane, sicela abantu abadala babhunga into enye phezu kweentloko zethu ukuba kuzokuba kukhanya. Sicela abantu abadala babone umsebenzi wethu, babone iintliziyo zethu, basivule inhliziyo, basolule amalwimi, sizokwazi ukuthetha into efanelekileyo, into enyanisekileyo, ethembakalayo, eqinisekileyo. Sizokwazi uba neendlebe ezityhilekileyo, eziqoqekileyo, amehlo atyhilekileyo. Sizokwazi uba nesifuba esivulekileyo, sibe namandla, sibe obuchule, sikwazi ukuba sibeke umhlaba wethu phambili. Sicelela amandla for iinkokheli zethu, sicela abantu abasebenzayo, babe nezandla eziphilayo, babe nezandla ezifunayo, iintliziyo ezivulekileyo. Sithi sicela abantu abadala bangaze basishiye, basigcine ngamaxesha onke. Sithi thokoza ndawe miyoshe. Cama.
Good morning. I'll just read a short passage that speaks to issues of persistent and seeking justice. Jesus told his disciples and showed them that they should always insist on what they want. So he says, in a certain town there was a judge who neither feared God nor cared about humanity. And there was a widow in that town who kept coming to him with a plea, grant me justice against my adversities. For some time he refused, but finally he said to himself, even though I do not fear God or care for people, yet because this widow keeps bothering me, I will see that she gets justice, so that she won't eventually wear me out with her coming. Listen to what the unjust judge says. And will not God bring about justice for his chosen one, who cry out to him day and night? Will he keep putting them off? I tell you, he will see that they get justice, and quickly. However, when the Son of Man comes, will he find faith on earth? Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, God of justice and peace, in your mercy, we humbly bow our hearts, our minds, and our souls before you to give thanks for your loving kindness to us all whom we have created in your own image and likeness. In your goodness, you gave us life and sent your only Son to be our Savior. He has taught us with scriptures how to live and act justly towards one another. Lord God, we meet amidst the energy crisis in this country. We live in uncertainty of load shedding, climate crisis in your world, and wars resulting from power struggles and greed. We pray for the guidance of your Holy Spirit for this conference. In all our thoughts, all our doings, as we reflect on the decades of social justice in our land, and we pray that you will help us collectively to find solutions to all that undermine humanity. We pray that with your gracious favor, you will encourage us with a continual help, that in all our thoughts, words, and deeds, begun and continued, ended in you, we may, through your Son, Jesus Christ, who taught us the greatest commandment of love, for you and one another, to love our neighbors as we love ourselves, both individually and collective levels, help us to do what we would like to be done to us by acting for the common good. For this is rendering justice, especially for the poor and the marginalized. Lord Jesus, you have taught us in your Beatitude Sermon on the Mount that blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. In your teachings, you have set a high standard for individuals and collective justice. You taught us in a very profound yet simple way that love is action. It is good for others by giving them justice. God our Father, we humbly pray that you will bless us all present and those who will come later. That you will bless this conference, Social Justice Assembly, that together we may work for those that are crying out, including ourselves, for justice. You will help us with the gift of justice and peace at this conference, so that what we do reflects your presence. Bless the leadership of the assembly. Bless the speakers with wisdom and patience to find ways to address the multitude crisis facing your people. Help us to live and work in the teachings of your commandments, to live together in peace and justice. Teach us, Lord Jesus, and inspire us to seek to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with you. As your presence in the world, help us to know that shouting peace, peace, peace without justice is not very helpful. Grant us, therefore, this our prayer through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Savior. Amen.
This is a prayer from the Baha'i writings. O thou kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household. In thy holy presence they are all thy servants, and all mankind are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty. All are illumined through the light of thy providence. O God, thou art kind to all. Thou hast provided for all, dost shelter all, conferrest life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all. Let the religions agree and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family, and the whole earth as one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement thou, O God, the hearts together. O thou kind Father, gladden our hearts through the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes through the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears with the melody of thy word, and shelter us in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art the mighty and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlooketh the shortcomings of all mankind.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. In Hinduism, we believe that all beings, including animals, insects, birds, fish, or humans, are created equally, so we should be treated the same. That means that there should no social injustice as it is unequal. Thank you. Om Chuklam Baradaram Vishnum Sasivarnam Sadurpujam Prasannavadanam Tyaye Sarvavigno Ubashantaye Ulagela Munarnd Odudatku Ariyavan Nilavulaviyan Nirmaliveniyan Alagal Sodiyan Ambalathil மலசிளம்படி வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவோம். ஓம் போர் புவஸ்வக தட்சவிதுர்வரெண்யம் பர்கோ தேவஸ்ய தீமகி தியோ யோ ந பிரஜோதயாத். ஓம் நம சிவாய. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I greet you all in the name of peace and in the name of Allah, the Creator that is one, on behalf of the Muslim community, a community that was brought to this shore of South Africa as slaves in chains and that fought for a just cause from that very onset. People that were not brought here because it was a place where Table Mountain was beautiful and the ocean met the beautiful peat sand, but people that were brought here because in the Far East, there were conflict between the oppressors and the oppressed, and it seems to me that that culture continues right up until today. And the Islamic ethos is that you stand for justice, even if it is against yourself. That means against your family, that means against your friends, and your own desires. And I find that in these times that we live in, this is most pertinent. Simultaneously, however, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran that do not despair in the mercy of God. And I think that that must be something that us as South Africans in this very southern tip of the African continent must not despair in. That indeed, after difficulty comes ease. And may that message of mercy and of ease and of standing up for justice be universal for each of us. Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم إني أسألك الخير فتحه ونصره ونوره وبعد برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Ya Allah, grant this gathering to be one where justice is sought and solutions are found, and may each mind and each person that speaks speak with clarity, and may your mercy descend upon this gathering, for your name has been mentioned here. And may from here emerge people and leaders and those who strive for justice, those who are your vicegerents on this earth. وقال الله تعالى مؤبرا وآمرا إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وأصحابه وبارك وسلم. اللهم افتح لنا بالخير واختم لنا بالخير واجعل واكب أمورنا بالخير، بيدك الخير والعافية إنك على كل شيء قدير. ألا إن أولياء الله لا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون الذين آمنوا وكانوا يتقون. بفضل دعواهم فيها سبحانك اللهم وتحيتهم فيها سلام، وآخر دعواهم أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. I leave you in the name of peace.
Reini mekabel alai mitzvah sasei shova havta l'reacha kamecha. I accept upon myself the command to love your neighbor as yourself. With this dictum, every Jew commences their morning prayers. With this dictum, every Jew commences their morning activity. There are two words in the English vernacular that are extremely similar and yet reflect diametrically opposed elements of life. It's the word soul, which represents the spiritual, the divine, and the godly. And there's the word soil, which represents the material, the physical. The two words are identical in 3 out of 4 letters, but one letter defines the difference between the two. That which is material and physical has the letter I, and that which is spiritual and godly has the letter U. And as you embark upon this very important conference to seek social justice, we pray to God that in doing so you have identified the you, the other individual, as being of primary importance. You have declared fidelity to the concept of I accept upon myself to love a fellow as myself, to be concerned for the you as much as I am, if not more than I am for the I. We therefore pray to God that as this conference commences, focusing on the you, focusing on the other, may we all merit that the you, the ultimate you of God, that his presence be enshrined upon this meeting and ensure its success, and that hopefully through the focus on the you, we will all be able to truly appreciate the only I that exists, the I of God, the presence of God, the immortality of God, and the omnipotence of God in absolutely everything. May be the grace of our God, that his blessing be upon us and upon everything that is accomplished, achieved, and sought to be accomplished and achieved of the course of this conference. Amen.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Emily Chale. Emily, I'm springing this on you. Could you come down and light the candle for us, please? We light this candle as a reminder that we strive always towards the light. After the lighting of the candle, I'll ask that everybody stands for a moment of silence to remember colleagues who have departed, those who, while not with us in the physical form, continue to guide us and be with us in the spiritual form. After the moment of silence, we will be led by Abafaz Bengoma in the national anthem, so please remain standing. If colleagues could stand at this point, please.
Right. We light this candle to remember all who struggled to seek justice in the whole world. As we gather here looking at South Africa, We have just lost people who were fighting for justice, people who wanted to access justice, remembering all the women who fought, all the men. For instance, like now, we have lost our dear lawyer Tulani Maseko. We have lost so many women in struggles. We have lost our leaders, but we say justice will prevail. Modimo re a kgantsha meya e isollang mo lefatsheng e boele go wena re kgopela khutšo re kgopela gape le toka mo lefatsheng la rena.
Thank you so much. You may all be seated, and I release our colleagues. You can take your seats. Thank you. We will now view a video about the assembly, and so I'm also going to hand over to my co-program director, Ubaba Mazbuko.
Representatives from the social justice sector will gather
on the 26th and 27th of January 2023 in Pretoria for
the social justice sector assembly
to think strategically about the new social justice agenda,
to address the social injustices in the country,
to take stock of what has been achieved since the advent of democracy,
to build social cohesion,
how we can move towards the South Africa that was envisioned in those first few days of 1994.
It comes at a critical moment
where we are dealing with, hollowed out institutions,
evictions,
we have
poverty,
institutions that are breaking down,
GBV's access to housing,
socio-economic rise,
racialized inequality,
climate change,
food security.
It is all intersectional.
We are fighting in silos.
Changing that would mean putting our heads all together.
We have a lot of organizations that are doing wonderful work.
We are aiming for an open conversation.
Bring about legislative changes
for the betterment of the communities and the country itself.
To achieve social justice
for the South Africa that we deserve.
Amandla. 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 Qina mhlalo uzonqoba qina. Qina mhlalo uzonqoba qina. Mayibuye. Mayibuye. Izwe lethu. Izwe lethu. Izwe lethu. Izwe lethu. Comrades, good morning. My name is Mazibuko Jaha. I've been asked by the Assembly Coordinating Committee together with Nolondi Luaya to hold the space as facilitators. Mine is to invite Sultana. I've not seen her in the room. Oh, there she is. As soon as I sit down, what Sultana will take us through on the screen is a process for all of us to take part in, where we are asked to type on our cell phones, if they are smart, or on our laptops. If we don't have smart, any of those, we can share with our neighbors. We'll allow time for that. What we're asking people to do is to give us ideas on the values, the common bonds, the culture that we should build in our common space. It's important that we build that together. We will come back to give feedback on what has come through from your inputs. We thought it would be the quickest way for us to submit those through our smartphones. Sultana, are we ready to explain how it will happen?
If you go to the...
I think you may want to come here. Yeah.
If you go to your program that's online, there's a link in the section, I'm not sure if it's going to be projected on the screen, but there's a link that takes you to what's called a Jamboard link. It's in the section that Mazibuko just explained. It's in the program. But I'll just read it to you. Does everybody... It's on the program. It's on the agenda. If it's possible, if we could put the link, if we could project the link, if...
And then the other thing to project is the Wi-Fi password.
Yeah, so if you're wanting to also log into the university's Wi-Fi, I'm just checking the code. You need to log into what's called Tux Guest. Is that right? And that will take you to a page where you can fill in your name and your surname as well as email address, and it will connect you automatically. Okay, there we go. So that's the link that's going to take you to the Jamboard. Once you get there, there's some icons on the far left-hand side. If you click on icon number 4, which is called a sticky note, you're able to write your responses and the Jamboard will automatically save it. There's about 4 colors: yellow, green, blue, pink, and orange. You can choose the color of your choice and save your response. So I'm gonna check if everybody's doing that. You'll see on the Jamboard that there's a little sticky note that says welcome. I don't know if you see that right now on your phone. Okay. So that's probably linked to the one, maybe it's a block from the maybe the university has certain sites that you can't access. So then you're going to have to maybe just use your own data just for this. Okay, I can already see one person filling out their response. That's a bit of a sad thing.
That's fine. How much time do you want to give them?
Just like, I think, 10 minutes.
That's too long.
5 minutes, so 5 minutes. Yeah.
Just say 4 since the minute has started. Do you think it's wise to ask others to submit by hand? The writing?
Yeah.
Isn't it not working?
Yes.
Yeah?
I think because people are struggling, some people seem to be struggling as well.
Okay.
It's a good idea to just take a couple of hands and then as well and do the jam board
Okay.
together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be the best. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're giving everybody 5 minutes to write your responses on the jam board. Okay. So if you are getting different responses, we are going to have a few minutes where people can also share their responses verbally with Mazibuko. So whatever, if some of you are on the jam board, go ahead, and the rest we will take verbally.
I'll keep updating them on time. Okay. Three minutes to go. Just to amplify that, if you are done, please leave the page so others may enter. Two minutes to go. Zestig seconden. $45. Don't worry. $30. Okay. I know there's a number of comrades who have not yet been able to enter the system. I know we will also open a platform later on for people to speak verbally to the question of the values and common commitments. But to make that quicker, I want to vary slightly what Sultana had put forward. For those who didn't enter, please write in the old way with pen on paper. And then we will collect, between Nolundi, Rumana, Sultana, and myself, we will collect, and then we will bring all of those together and come back later on before the tea break to share what has come up, and then we'll have that another discussion there. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. Thanks for working with me. Proceeding with the program, we will now invite 2 members of the Assembly Coordinating Committee, Comrade Nomzamo Zondo, who was the chair of the committee and also serves as the executive director of the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa, and also Comrade Mbongiseni Buthelezi, who is the executive director at the Public Affairs Research Institute. I invite them forward. Nomzamo, where are you? I can see Mbongiseni. Okay. Nomzamo will introduce us to the assembly, the concept, the idea, the vision, and the process. And then Dr. Buthelezi will take us through the objectives of this assembly and the agenda of the assembly. Over to you, Nomzamo.
Amandla! Amandla! Morning, comrades, friends, colleagues. It's a very emotional morning for those of us who've worked on this project. We're grateful that you've honored this invitation. But throughout the time that we've been working on this and dreaming about this day, there's been the words of Esikhe Mqhayi, which were part of the extension to Nkosi Sikelel, which stayed in my heart, where he asks God to honor our attempts at unification, at self-upliftment, at education, and of being able to work together. And it is in those words that I center the work that all of you are doing, because I know that all of you, on a daily basis, are working, are fighting, are striving for a better South Africa and a better world. And because of that, it was not easy for us to invite you into this room, because you know the important work that you are doing. And we acknowledge that amongst the many individuals, many activists who are involved in social justice in South Africa, there are people who have been working on this, who have been walking this journey, some even before I was born, right? There are people who have been walking this journey who can provide clarity, who have expertise, who have passion. And it was with that difficulty that we sat with when we thought, how do we start this process? How do we approach you? Because we knew that the question would come that, why you? What gives you the authority to call us, right? What are your intentions? What are you trying to do? Who is behind this? We know third forces, fourth forces. And it was much easier for us to go back into the background and say someone else will do it. But there is a comrade of mine, Upurity Kwagwaria, who says, and I have it in my office, I think people who've been in my office have seen it, it's a very small A4. And I printed it because I wanted to remind myself every day. And she says, if those of us who know what needs to be done, don't do it, it will not get done. It will wait for another generation. And it is the love that we have for many people who sit in the room, for the many people who live in this country, that we said, despite the questions that will come, despite the fact that we don't have the legitimacy, we don't have the authority, we'll still convene this meeting. And one of the reasons why we knew we did not have legitimacy is because of where we started, right? So this room was first imagined in a grantee meeting of a funder, right? I want people to be clear that I've said that. It's in the room, it's here. This idea first came up in a grantee meeting of a funder, where other important people were not in the room. But someone said, we need to have a space where we are able to strategize collectively as the social justice sector. And people in the room heard that, it sat with them, but of course, when something like that happens, everyone asks, who's going to do it? And the reality is, nothing happens. A crowd doesn't do anything. There's always a first person, right, who takes the first step, or a first person who throws the stone. But in this case, we are grateful that it wasn't a stone being thrown. That in fact, the Wraith Foundation put resources in place to do a study of the social justice sector, starting from the 90s to now. And when they were doing the study, they also were aware of their own positionality and said, we cannot hold this. We have the money and can give the money. And they approached individuals, activists, and they said, this is a project we think needs to be done, is important, and we think you are well placed to guide it. And those people became known as the Social Justice Reference Group. And I'm going to request now that those people who are part of that group, if they can just stand up, those who have managed to be in the room, to stand up so that people can see them, because that is actually the beginning of this journey. Hayi, noluntu bangakwenzi loo nto. Bangakwenzi loo nto, mabaphakame. The members of the reference group that guided the social justice sector review. Thank you. Thank you for that. And what then happened is that from that moment, we said, we will have lessons that need to be shared about why this sector is important. We need a space to celebrate what we've been able to accomplish. We need a place to renew our strength and be revitalized, because the work that we are doing is so important and is needed, not only in this country, but in the world generally. And we said we need to have a meeting to start that work. And this is happening in 2019. And so in 2020, we thought we'd have this meeting, but COVID happened. The review continued, thankfully. And we were fortunate again to have consultants who helped us, who did the work of drafting the report, who did the interviews, who did the desktop research. I'm just going to mention their names. I have not seen them. I know that some of them are dealing with health challenges. Some of them have other commitments this morning. But we were helped, I think, for instance, it's very funny that we were able to bring Mazibuko back here because he was in the initial selection of the people who would do that report. But we were helped by Isabel Fryer, who's at SPY, by Jesse Turton, and Multifaith. And the report was finalized. When the report was finalized, again, our commitment was we must meet. And we said we won't meet virtually. Because when we meet virtually, we can't find each other. We can't focus. We can't engage honestly, genuinely, and find solutions. And so we kept hoping for a time where we could just be in one room like this. And that time is now today. And I'm grateful that the reference group then said there must be people who are tasked with putting this meeting together. The people that became the Assembly Coordinating Committee that I am part of. And again, I'd like to ask them to stand so that you know who they are, who helped us put this together. They're in the room. And because it was a project that took over a year, there's people who also came in and also left people like Enzio Jacobs, people like Kiamokhetso Sepato, people like Oketso Mweti, people like Wendy Pekir. But in the room, there are those who have been with us at least up until this point. So I'd like them to stand. Confusion. Please stand. The Assembly Coordinating Committee. But the one thing that became difficult is that the commitment was made by people who are leading organizations, who are involved, and it was so hard for them to find time, and we needed support to make this thing a reality, because all of us were being pulled in different directions. And we were quite fortunate to find people like John Lynn Van Wienen from Arete Consultancy, to find the twins at Chitaba Works, so Romana and Romain, to find people in our respective offices who will put their weight behind this. I'm still in awe of what they've been able to do. Princess Nkona, who works in our office, who some of you have been in touch with, who has really carried this, even in our office. Upem Norefilwe at Perry, who made sure that we get to this point, you guys get from the airport to here. And in all of that, we want to say this would not have been possible without you being here, right? This would not have been possible without you being here. And I also do want to acknowledge the people who have put money for us to be here, right? We're all amazed.
Hoping that you have that program open on your devices in front of you. We are spending the first day really trying to think about where are we? Where are we in the world? Where are we in the region? Where are we in our country now, politically, socially? What are the big questions that we need to be asking ourselves as a sector about how we move from this moment towards achieving more effectiveness, towards that goal of social justice? The second day is really about thinking forward, thinking we are almost at 30 years of the democratic dispensation, and having looked at what we've achieved in those almost 30 years, what should the next 30 years look like for us? And so that's the flow of the 2 days, with very specific sections where in the first day, for example, after Comrade Nongeto's address and the panel that will follow from that, we are hoping to move then to a discussion of 3 key things. And these are not supposed to be comprehensive or the be-all and end-all of what we need to talk about, but thinking about how do we collaborate more effectively across the sector, across themes, across geographical regions. Thinking about, secondly, how do we fund our work? We keep hearing about dwindling resources. We are hearing about certain donors that are going to disappear from the scene. But what we are also trying to not do in having that conversation is for that to become our obsession. Yes, we need money to do the work, but there are creative things that people are doing, and we need to hear more about those, and for that to not really overwhelm the conversation. And then thirdly, we also want to have a session on how do we engage the state more effectively going forward. We will harvest what comes out of those 3 discussions, and then we will move towards a roundup and close of the first day. In the second day, again, we will open with registration, tea, coffee. We will have another keynote address after we've harvested and brought some of the threads from today into the day tomorrow. Ayabonga Tawe, who looks, I would say, askance at our sector, sitting slightly outside of it, will give us some provocations about things we need to be thinking about. And we will then ask certain comrades, Kia, Sindiso, Nomboniso, to also think with us, think with Ayabonga about how we need to start thinking about how we go forward. And that will then take us to engagement sessions that are self-organized, and those engagement sessions will happen in the late morning tomorrow. And then after that, after the lunch break tomorrow, this is where we will begin to think, to come together to start thinking about strategically, how do we move forward? How do we take these conversations we'll have had in the 2 days forward? What are the things that we need to do in certain regions? How do we set up potentially, and again, the ideas will come from the discussion, how do we potentially set up streams that will take forward elements of this work together? And how do we, and this is one of the things we've struggled with, I think, we do come together sometimes, and we do come up with fantastic ideas. And once we've come up with the ideas and we tasked people with taking those things forward, then nothing happens. How do we avoid that age-old problem that our sector has suffered from over and over again? So that is the offering. And again, this is not the be-all and end-all. This is also open to change and improvisation as new ideas crop up in the room as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbongiseni. Thank you, Nomzam. There are interpretation facilities in 2 languages, Sesotho and isiZulu. If you need help with those, you can ask any members of the team, Romana, Sultana, or John Lynn. Singama-Afrika asikwazi basabalaze singagwiji. Imbi le ndawo, ngakumbi le ndawo. Ndiyayicela loo ngoma ngendigwija qha ndiliyilo. Yifake esindisa, yifake emqapheni. Comrades, we will proceed. Now that we are NGO bureaucrats who cannot even gwija anymore. Ukhona oyifakayo? I don't want you to sit down. I want us to pick up the pace. No. Nansi le ndawo imbi kodwa ke masingayesabi nje mdala lo mzabalazo waqala ngokhokho bethu. Yeah. Amandla. Thanks, comrades. I think we're beginning to warm up. There's no social justice if we're in a cold, quiet space, isn't it? Music wakes us up. Music evokes all sorts of things. Other things do that. Mbongeni says the country, the region, the continent, the world we live in, the social justice sector and its agenda, the history and achievements of us as people working on social justice, the need for coordination and collaboration to achieve social justice, and the space going forward. Those are the 5 objectives he has put forward. We'll take a moment to just review what he has put forward. The way we will do that is to sit where we are in small groups of 2 or 3, or even 4, depending on how you can gather together, just to dialogue in those small groups, a noisy dialogue, a noisy buzz from where you are, on the objectives, on the process, on the agenda, as well as, it's gone now, on some of the values that you have put up. We'll come back together in plenary to have that common discussion on all of those. Romana or whoever else, may you please put up what the earlier session had generated. As that is being put up on the screen, I'm allowing now the room to engage in those small group discussions where you are sitting. If you look at the program, it says buzz groups. Let's have those small dialogues in those buzz groups on what Nomzamo has put forward on the process, on what Mbongeni put forward on the objectives on the agenda, but also on the values as they came up. I hope we can make that shift from looking at speakers in the front to looking at each other in the rows where we are sitting. Is it possible? Okay, the 5 minutes starts now. Siyambongiseni. One minute to go. Okay. "45 seconds. Okay, comrades. Comrades, welcome back. Comrades, welcome back. Comrades, let's settle down again. I think it was also an opportunity to meet up with comrades we have not long seen, and also to meet new people. As we settle down, comrades, let's settle down. In the interest of managing time, I propose we take 8 hands, but if it goes beyond that, let's see how it goes. We'll take 4 hands from this side and 4 hands from this side. It doesn't matter where you start, whether on the objectives, whether on the process, and so on. As the chair, I'll try and find a way to bring it all together. Any 4 hands this side? Any 4 hands this side? Mercia, are you raising your hand this way? May Emily? As people speak, please introduce yourself at least by name. May Emily, yours is the first hand up. There is a microphone in front of you.
Okay. My name is Emily Charlie from, I don't know how to introduce myself, from Land Access Movement of South Africa, with all the networks, Landness, ART, Rural Women Assembly. I was with my sisters here too from Cape Town, on Sprattital, the Pureseta. One, we said, find common ground to address current social crisis. We have 4 points. The second one, build a united voice. We gave an example that Social Justice Assembly should have a seat in Parliament. 3, deepen social analysis. The last one, we should pull together all our capacities, including resources, with the solidarity support. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's take the next hands. At the back, is that Sharon?
Good morning, comrades. My name is Sharon Ikambara, and we also agreed on this common agenda we were quite Stalinist in saying we shouldn't report on any of the work we're doing, but look at going forward what that common agenda should be. And we were so bold as to recommend that the systemic, excessive, all the adjectives of poverty in our country, the inequality, should be the starting point of us, and possibly a universal income grant to unite us in this fight against poverty and targeting the state, and a wealth tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Shah. Comrade?
Hi everyone, I'm Katleho Mushabani from Open Up, and in our group, we only managed to do effective collaboration, but what we focused on was also identifying that we need to have a central database of who's doing what so that everybody can find each other and work more collaboratively on things that they're already that are similar. And then we also talked about the elections around the corner. So we as a social justice sector, we need to have an action plan on what is our stance on what needs to happen after that. And then we also discussed on the fact that we need to keep each other accountable. So we need like a mechanized system on how to do that. And then the other points have been captured by other groups, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, comrades. About 4 hands have spoken, and there's space for 4 more. My 2 sisters on the right. At the back first.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Inosentia from Eguruleni. Okay, in our group, we discussed encouraging effective coordination from grassroots level. With that, we suggest that we do away with the language barrier, because when we come to communities, you get that you speak to people in communities, but they're not even understanding what you are saying to them because of the language that you are using. So it's difficult for them to understand and see themselves as people who are affected because of the language that is used. And also, we also shared that we must also do away with getting funding using communities and not sharing the resources with the communities that were used to get the funding, because we made an example with the community of Marikana, which is where Sister Mega comes from. So I don't know if we do have time to elaborate on that, but we can pass. Maybe we'll share later more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Vivian and I'm with Just Associates Southern Africa. And with the 4 of us here, we spoke a bit about looking inward at ourselves as a sector. And we spoke about the fact that we are going to have to embrace difference in this space. It's unlikely that we're going to agree on everything, and we have to find ways of embracing difference as well, so that we don't get stuck there and are unable to move forward. One comrade said, she's sure we can find the fundamentals and then find ways of moving through difference. And someone else pointed out that we really have to be quite honest about power in this space, whose voices are heard, whose isn't, which issues get prominence, because our sector struggles with the very similar issues that we try to tackle outward as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Wise?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think me and the comrade here, we also entertained the question of encouraging effective coordination. But I think some groups partially covered me on the point of, NGOs sometimes, most of the time, because even the sector itself, we need to differentiate between NGOs and social movement. Because NGOs, they treat social movement as the vehicles to mobilize communities, so that for them at the other side to attract funders, and then they can advance their own agenda. So this question of us and them between the NGOs and the social movement. It needs to stop if we are serious on the question of collective engagement moving forward. So I think for me, comrade, if we are honest enough to say, because as activists, we are in a situation where we point issues on the state, but at the same time, we also have issues within the sector itself. I mean, I was very...
It says like Keynote, Kaban.
Okay, I know. I think Comrade Kenneth, then Comrade Chaka is compromising us. Then I...
Thank you, comrades. One last hand, Shabuddin.
Good morning, comrades. I'm Fatima. I'm just reporting from our group. So the one thing we thought is when we looked around the room is we all in our daily work are focused on different thematic things. There's land rights, there's women's rights, there's corruption. If we focus on those thematic things, we're not going to reach a common ground. So the challenge to this room is what is above all of our individual organizational works. And I think that is the challenge to us, but when we get together, we can get lost in the themes. And so for us, the challenge is I just want to say, I think our grandchildren are going to judge us, because all of the shit is going down on our watch. And it's because we're all suckling with our own organizations. So the challenge to the room over the next 2 days is, what is bigger than your organization? What is the macro social justice issue that will, build our power as a collective? And I think when the temptation comes up to focus on our individual organizational achievements or areas of specializations, we have to rein ourselves in and see that there's a bigger mandate here for all of us in the room. So that's our proposal from our group. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. Bonani is lobbying hard. Oh, it's not Bonani.
Bonani was going to...
Not for Connie, for our group.
Okay, for us.
Okay, so in our group we said the constitution of the country gives us a framework for the kind of country we all envisioned. But the problem started with us as civil society becoming followers rather than trendsetters. The way our government has been organizing the department in different silos, we also organized ourselves in the same way. The people who are working on the health sector, land sector, whereas we are talking about human rights. And when we address issues of human rights, we are addressing issues that are needed by a human being, which is all those sectors are needed to make livelihoods possible, to make sure that the kind of life and the dreams we envisaging are possible. So how do we become trendsetters as the civil society, but also interrogate ourselves as to, after 94, what went wrong? Because the civil society used to be self-mobile and mobilization. So communities who want land used to come to Pretoria.
Keynote.
So I'm saying, as philanthropists and as a social sector or civil society, we need to interrogate ourselves as to how did we kill that fire of self-mobilization and self-organizing. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. Thanks for tolerating my abusive self. What you've put forward is fairly big, fairly ambitious, but also fairly strategic, fairly pragmatic. And I think this is the tension, the positive, healthy tension that the Assembly is about. We know how big, massive, structural, deep-seated, hardwired, and so on, the problems we're facing. But at the same time, we do want to claim this country for who we are. We do want to claim everything that belongs to us. As the anarchists say, sifuna zonke. And I think that's what we've put forward in what is coming up. But at the same time, let's see then how we use the next 2 days to define a strategy, a vision, a program, and concrete action that can take us close to what we've put forward. I'll still invite Mbongseni and Nomzamo, or maybe one of them, to see if they want to respond and engage with what has come up, or to cover any issue that they may have missed out in their earlier inputs. Before then, we go to the values.
No, just to thank the comrades for coming in. I think you've given us a light about where we should be going. And I think the honesty, the robustness that has come even in this moment shows that we'll have great engagements. I think there was just one thing that was important that we wanted to raise when the meeting started that fell off the agenda, which is the issue of selection, of who was invited to come here and who wasn't, and how we are here. And so when we started the assembly, first of all, we wanted people who want to build to identify themselves. Hence, and the applications process that we started, our calls for people to apply to attend the assembly, and we received just under 1,000 applications. And one of the things that was interesting is that, for instance, we found people in churches, we found people in community organizations, we found academics, we found people in government, so there was a lot of interest. But as the assembly, the one thing that we were concerned about as the coordinating committee, we were concerned to have in the room diverse voices, right, who are going to build. And we did, to an extent, I think in the beginning, even get to a point where we followed up to say, please commit, are you coming, are you not coming? And one of the things that we believe we struggled with is also the timing. Because for many of us, we work ourselves to the bone. So when December and January comes, people just unplug. And we saw that when we communicated in January, everybody was away. But we are grateful that you're all here. And we want you to know that I think our commitment was to make a space that can, first of all, allow those seeds to be planted. And that meant that we couldn't have 1,000 people stadium. Because if there's 1,000 of us, we can't pull in one direction. And if we are going to start something, this 237 room space room was all that we could start with. But then when we went through the applications process, we also then said we want to make sure that there are different voices from all the corners of South Africa, from all the thematic areas. Make sure that we have youth, we have women, we have different aspects represented, not so that they can come and push housing or push gender or push GBV, but so that at the end of the day, when we start a process of building, we are able to see from all the vantage points. So we are grateful that you're all here, and we want to say that at the end of the day, when we start that applications process, we want to make sure that the people who are here are not here because they've been invited by their friends at Seri or their friends at Perry. They're here because they want to build, and we know that all of you are here for that reason. So thank you.
Thanks, Nomzamo. Whoever is controlling the screen, please put up the values again. They were on the screen not so long ago. I just want us to review them quickly, and then we can close this part, and I'll hand over to Nolundi. Okay.
While the values are coming up, I also want to remind that I forgot this when talking about the program. This evening, we invite you all to join three comrades who are going to be, we're going to be launching the social review, the sector review report this evening. But it's an opportunity also for all of us to celebrate the achievements, all your achievements, the work you've been putting in, as Nomzamo said. You work yourself to the bone. We want to celebrate you with a bit, celebrate ourselves, each other with a little bit of a social. So please join us this evening for that social and report launch.
If the technology is failing us, I think we'll have to move, and we can come back to the values at a later point. Even though they are not up in front of us, but the discussion we've just had through those 10 hands and the buzz groups do confirm that we are all in the same room, in the same place. I learned a hard lesson once when I was a naive young researcher and project coordinator at the Coalition for Gay and Lesbian Equality. We ran workshops on the new constitution and the need to remove old laws, sodomy laws, and so on. We went on and on in these workshops with some paralegals of the Black Sash. 4 hours into the workshop, an old gogo who was a paralegal raised a hand and said, "Kanene mntanam, what is a lesbian?" Tina, we went into that workshop assuming, but no, everything is given. Let's go ahead and do what the agenda we had prepared. But actually, we didn't get that moment, which we've just had, to understand where we are. And I think the temperature that we're giving each other shows that there is a resonance, there is a rhythm that's building together. Am I right? Yes. You're not going to stand up and at some point and say, what is social justice, Kanen? Okay. Thank you, comrades. Nolundi, I hand over to you.
He hands over to me when we are behind time on the schedule. Colleagues, comrades, mine is to move us into the first keynote address. The aim of the keynotes is not to lecture, it's to provoke thought, conversation, questions, to put forward themes, and to help guide our general conversation. Our first keynote speaker, in the meantime, is Unoncedo Madubedub, who is the General Secretary of Equal Education, and Unoncedo is addressing us on the theme of Umlambo Womzabalazo.
Engalendwe siyenzayo Engalendwe siyenzayo Ngalendwe Euvalo na tololo Euvalo na tololo Engalendwe siyenzayo Iza Engalendwe siyenzayo Engalendwe siyenzayo Engalendwe siyenzayo Engalendwe siyenzayo Ekauvume moya wa Ekauvume moya wa Ai Ekauvume moya wa Umoya wa muya Umoya wa muya vuma Amandla Comrades, Nina Inda, we're out of order. I don't know who stopped the song because I am standing here. Sunuba ungovernable in the morning. We don't have a lot of time, which is great because talking for 40 minutes, I've been having a tough time since I spoke to Mbongiseni last year. So this is all the better. Ne? So what I wanted to do, from Equal Education, but I'm a member of this movement. Now, the title is about Umlambo Mzabalazo. So the direct translation there is the river of struggle. Yeah? We're going to talk a little bit about what that means over the next maybe 20 minutes. I do want to try and make sure that the input in this offering belongs to the room. Yeah? In the spirit and in the ethos of how we're going to handle ourselves over the next 2 days. So at different times, there'll be people sitting in the seats here who will come up, or from wherever they're sitting, and further contribute or join this offering. Yeah? So just walk with us. And then at different times, you're not going to do this, but I do encourage it. If you feel deeply provoked, phakamise isandla, and we note you for half a minute. Are we together? Yeah? Okay. So I'd like us to start like this. Yeah? We want to try to think about what exactly we mean when we talk about umlambo. What is the significance of a river? So what we're going to do is we're going to, from wherever you're sitting, you don't have to stand or anything performative, but you're just going to try and regulate your breath. Yeah? Connect yourself with yourself. You don't have to do any deep breaths. You don't have to anything, just easy. And we're going to do that for about 2 minutes. So there's 2 reasons for that. Yeah? The one is that I want to introduce our river. The second is that many of us here have been in these kinds of gatherings before, over the last 2 decades even. Some of us have hurt each other. Some of us are really happy to see the other. So we have to think about how do we put down all of that baggage? Yeah? Because we've got work to do, and the work is bigger than all of us. But also, Nomzam had said here, people here are also inside deep struggle work on a day-to-day basis. People are still emailing us and calling us. How do we put that down as well? Yeah, so we can be present for ourselves, not just for the chat. So we know how to go into these sessions over the next couple of days. See a man song, eh? Okay. Don't perform, just breathe. Okay, I don't know how to press the thing that's on the slide. Yeah, there's a sound clip embedded. Well, anyways, we've got a minute. So what we'll do, I wanted to introduce you to this river from Cape Town in the colony. If it doesn't play, it's fine. What we'll do is we'll sit in ourselves for 1 minute, no? And take some conscious breaths. I was hoping the sound would take someone to the bathroom, but... Okay, thank you, comrades. So if we think about the significance of rivers in all of our lives, yes, people know me to be quite ratchet, but I do go to church. And so the first thing is to think about what Christians say about what rivers are. No? In Psalms 46, a river is a representation of life. No? It's God's life-giving presence on this earth. It reminds us that God never leaves us and that he's always with us. I want you to think about what that means inside of struggle. What is that definitive power that holds and reminds you that Lendon yenzeli mna, and there's always something bigger than me inside of it? There's also a little bit of a verse that talks about how rivers also represent never-ending flow of God's grace. It brings life as a source of continuous nourishment and healing. Where is that inside of our struggle? This is personalized by the Holy Spirit. flowing from God as the source, I wanted to ask what the Holy Spirit was in our own activism, and gifted through Jesus' work of salvation. What are our gifts? What is salvation? Who is Jesus? In African spirituality, I couldn't go far and wide with the story, so just bear with me. Uvangile, I don't know, was here in Ngula very early this morning and was calling on ancestors in different parts of the world, in different spaces, and she said, Abasemlambweni, please also come into this room. So it is a place that we understand our ancestors to dwell, a place of prayer, of meditation, but also of spiritual revival. It's also a place of deep ceremony where we come into ourselves. How do these things feel and look like inside of our own revolutionary moments, inside of our own struggle? But the river, quite plainly, is also a place where some people go and do water sports. No? It's a place for food, for nourishment, for sustenance. It's a place for reproduction. No? But it's also a place for joy. Amakabane, Asetranskay, understand this gagamfu and the kinds of joys that happen at the river. So the river, to many people, means all of these glorious, fulfilling, revitalizing, birthing things. And I want to invite us to think about our own struggle over the last 20 plus years as different forms and phases of the life at the river. Is that fair? And to also think about the river's ecosystem. So someone here also spoke about the fact that we all do such different work. The ecosystem of the river involves many different things, at the very surface, at the very below, in the intermediate, and all of those things in symbiosis live and work together constantly. Iyavakala. And then the river and the outwards still gives so much to the people that enjoy it, around the river itself. So I want us to think about how all of our work, and the things that we bring as people, your individual self, to this struggle is a contributor to this river of struggle. Umzabalazo, unfortunately, awukapheli. And so to just think about what are we bringing in our individual capacities, but also what are our organizations, our work, our struggle, and most importantly, the language of what we're trying to ask for as change or in the futures of our lives, in our democracies, in the forthcoming socialism. So as I started writing this whole story, I was accompanied by 3 black women. A sister, I must apologize that none of these women are South African. So, Fatima, Sharon, it's time now, my leader. In future sort of inputs, we'll be quoting from you. So the 3 women is Arundhati Roy. She writes a book, Etibane Listening to Grasshoppers, and she speaks about what democracy looks like and the failures of that. But ujonge context yakhe is India. What we'll do is that we'll do a book sharing. So this is our paneling, and you can maybe move around over the next bit. We've got Octavia Butler. Octavia Butler, upali science fiction, but upala about the kind of world and the kind of organizing that we want to see in our futures. And what science fiction means to me, especially science fiction about black bodies, by black bodies, says to me is that the thing that we are aspiring to is hard because we've never seen it or lived it before. So the dream is unimaginable. But say, Funa, can you imagine how difficult it is to do something like that? So she challenges that kind of energy, or Octavia. And there's a book now, say, circulation, called The Parable of the Sower, where they talk about what the world will look like in a couple of years. Ubala in 85, but if you read it today, you will shake in your boots. The last woman is, I call her Mambele, that is Audre Lorde. I think we are absolutely related. A black mother, a lesbian, uyazibiza usisi. But Audre Lorde, in her blackness and in the ways that black radical feminists quote her, radical, goes without saying. But her biggest piece of work, in the 70s particularly, was trying to encourage women to think about justice and solidarity across racial lines. So umcimbi was that if we're going to be building solidarity really, we mustn't get distracted by this question of solely race, but we must really be thinking about the oppressions of women quite holistically, of sexuality, of gender, of class, njalo njalo. Very revolutionary at a time where everyone else that is black has quite a linear view on that. So one of the things, we're going to be using these three women plus myself, so by 4 up, we're just going to be chatting. We're going to be chatting over the next bit. So the other disclaimer is that a lot of comrades contributed to this input. Someone sent an email with a name. Comrades have been saying, well, libali, to add in this and this and that. Yeah? So it's written by a broad collective. And talking to a social justice lawyer, they said, yeah, but what are you going to say at this thing, you know? What really happens on the other side of 25 years of democracy, when really what we have is a crisis of constitutional democracy? So then what happens? What next? So then what next, Kabani? So we probably should have moved from there. Okay, we'll come back to that. So, Kabani, look, maybe the problem is not with our constitution. So I'm putting this as a provocation now. Maybe the problem is not with our constitution, but rather the custodians that we left the constitution with. We said to people, Tati power, Tati constitution, implement, and we're sure you're going to do what's in our best interest. But if it was our Tata no Sharon, no Kabel Fatima, we have intergenerational conversations with. They'll tell you, no Sam, Indoyobana, we all got subsumed in thinking and got relaxed in thinking that surely something was going to change and the people's power was going to continue to be held and built as we move into democracy. And we failed generations after that as a result. So the one thing I want to say is that come back from that position, comrades. We're not going to be able to build anything tomorrow if you're sitting in shame and guilt. We're here together, and whatever we're going to build must absolutely reap itself from the seed sown in that period, Comrade Mersha. Then this comrade also says to me, but we must absolutely be clear here, Nongado, that the Constitution right now does not belong to Abantu, Bomhlaba. It does not belong to the people. It is in fact alien to communities. So when we think about advancing or protecting constitutional democracy, and Comrade Rakira at the back at some point will talk a little bit about this with us, then we must think of ways to take it back to Abahlali Bomhlaba. There's a comment at the back there from, okay, Sapina, we'll get to know each other later, who then also said there's an issue around language when we think about the work that we do. So see, tatanjan the Constitution and give it life, not through policy reforms, not through infographics, but showing people and letting people self-govern around how they exercise it. See Tate back from the custodians. Our Comrade Tessa are going to tell us a little bit about what taking that back looks like. And then as a precursor, I want us to ask the questions of like, in the radical imagination of what we want to see in the future, what do we want to call that thing? Is it in fact constitutional democracy that this lawyer comrade was arguing is what we should be putting to people today? Is it democracy of any kind at all? Or really, are we following positions of Comrade Sindisa and saying, socialism, we can smell it, it's here? Okay. No one is scared in the room or excited. It's also quite telling. But then I want to ask the question, if we're going to think about the different forms of what the future looks like, if it has a name yet. Before we get there, we have to also talk to each other about what have we done to democracy. Because we also can't sit on the sidelines of what's actually happened. We can't go, we gave it to custodians, it's a mess there by parliament. What have we been doing as a social justice sector, as civil society in this period? What have we turned it into? Another comrade in the previous reflection here said, our sector is just as ridden as the state. What happens though once democracy has been used up? Pay. Our grandmothers, our mothers no longer believe in democracy. I think my mother voted DA in the war. I don't know, we're streaming this thing. There's problems across the board. But what happens when it's been hollowed out? When it's been ignored? I don't know how many times we've marched to the gates of different public institutions. When it's been ignored, it's been pacified. So we must also be clear here that the big boss, the institutions, are using our language to talk back to our communities and to our people about struggle and work. But what are we then doing about that? And so democracy has been eroded. So what have we done to democracy? Just hold that story there. I also want to hazard something else. I also want to say that, I want to use language to say what has also happened and what we're dealing here when I talk about the big boss is the fact that the free market has been used simultaneously with the words of state and government and the institutions of democracy. And together they've merged into one single beast. And what they do with this one single beast is that they give us this very dry and linear imagination of what it means or feels like to live out all of your expressions. Democracy, nemali, no big boss, in day one. And everything there tries to have us imagine around productivity, wellness, wealth, sustainability, to use a word I don't enjoy. It revolves around profit and power. Now we're sitting here and we're wanting something different. Ne? There's an urgency around it. But I'm asking myself, and I want to ask you, what is possible though with the kind of sector that we are operating inside of? Kaloku sector yethu is currently organized in a way that supports this function. We must just be clear there. Yeah? Organizations yethu exist because we are dependent solely on the idea of like immediate, extractive, short-term goals and gains. You can't go to your donors and go, Mamela, the ultimate vision here is the emancipation of black youth. Leader, what do you mean? So I want to propose, Indo Yokbana, we walk out with some kind of long-term vision of what we want to see. I'm not talking about time frames here. Mieko SDG, Mieko NDP. What really is the future that we want to live in? Are people following the proposals? Okay. Mamela. Then at some point, Audrey, no? Unity implies the coming together of elements which are, to begin with, varied and diverse in their particular natures. Then she continues to say, you don't have to be me in order for us to fight alongside each other. You don't have to be you, I don't have to be you, to recognize that our wars are the same. Now, in those buzz groups, people had said, it's going to be important to find common ground. It's going to be important for us to find some kind of consensus so we can find language to build the alternative in our futures. And I want to invite that as like the next thing after thinking about what have we done to democracy. But that means, Mike. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to speak slower. So this question around how do we continue to strive together even inside of our difference is going to be important. Ne? Now, I've always understood that, I've always understood that when socialism comes, we're going to have to just walk outside and leave your things. Ne? But you also have to be quite conscious of your own bias and your own power. So I want us to think about what kind of like initial programs, activities in our sessions we're going to do with each other to acknowledge all of that business. See, Yambani Songe? Thanks. But also when I saw these quotes, I thought about Afrophobia in South Africa. I thought about the fact that the agenda yet on our language needs to absolutely speak out against hatred of others. We need to speak out around queer rights, the LGBTQIA, trans rights. That kind of language must be synced in conversations around food security, for example. It's not an additional matter. Okay. I love this little screen because then Audrey pops up, it's everything. So back to our rivers. Ne? So they say that rivers run deep. So I want to make a call to this gathering to not think only wide. We've got a plethora of issues here. And Abantu should try and get to know each other in between sessions, at meals, in the night time. I'm keen for the nighttime situation. I've already found a spot at the place. But let's try and go deep on the issues. Ne? Let's think about the macro issues and struggles that we want to address and talk about or carry forward in a plan of action. So when you're thinking about those things, I also want us to think about the tools that we're going to use or need to meet and address, talk to those issues. But these tools are going to be reimagined. We were all, some of us here, were at a social justice conference last year in November. We'll talk a little bit about what happened there. And someone said there, young woman, she said, yeah, look, but if we're clear that civil society is on the news often because we're talking about the issues, but everyone here is talking about needing to do more of that, then what are we exactly trying to change? So your tools there are blunt and they're stale. If today we were so moved by a situation, I bet we couldn't get 2,000 people onto the streets. So then what are we really doing? Never say build a movement, otherwise EP, inside of its own angst and its own issues. So when we're thinking about building, I want us to encourage us to go deep and to really think about what these new tools are going to look like. I'm running out of time. I didn't imagine that was possible. The last thing I want to say, it's not the last thing. I'm going to invite Udake and Opichok at some point to come in. But I do want to ask another question. There are kind of like emergent issues at the moment. We'll be rolling actions over the next couple of weeks, right? But I'm thinking about dating back to the fall of feudalism, for example. Who must get upset enough in the world, in our social stratas, to really energize change? Yeah? So, social strata, power here in the sector, but in our country, in the world, the big boss, the global man, and how that filters down. Why is it that when level 6 has got us standing on our hairs in the colony, but the Kailicha they've had rolling blackouts for 5 years? If we see Avuma that the middle class must get upset enough to mobilize and galvanize us, then we must also talk about how are we going to take back that vehicle. Yeah? Okay. Can I just then say, we got 3, I don't even, is that like for me, for real? Just trying to push back. So, what I want to do is say this, ne? There's some old language we must just fix in the room, ne? We're not disorganized as a sector, ne? We've made deep progress in figuring out who's doing what and how best to give each other what Abahlali will call living solidarity. The collaborations exist and they're starting to get stronger and stronger. The rumble, ukuma, of Umlambo has been felt over the last at least year in the country. There are 2 other big gatherings of this nature that have sat and come out with declarations and a plan of action. The story here is that we bring those things together. The plan of action that came out in July, and the plan of action and declaration that came out of November, must absolutely find expression and be felt in this room, and we must be able to add to it and continue to drive together. All right? That is a line of march from a general secretary. Because I didn't want to be the only one speaking, I think we have like 7 minutes, but we'll try. I do want to invite Dake to just come up, Vadi, and just share a little bit with us around the declarations and the pillar of action from that period. So part of the reason I accepted this keynote is because equal education was inside Steerco's and participated in both those gatherings. I thought it's important to use this platform to thread all of that. No? We're not even going to do a song. Is that Chomi? But she is my friend.
Thanks so much for the platform. So, Shan from the Kathrada Foundation reminded me earlier today that it's almost 40 years ago to the day that Ellen Boesak addressed the Transvaal Anti-Psych Committee in Johannesburg and made the call for a united front against apartheid. And 6 months later, the UDF, the United Democratic Front, was formed and launched in Mitchell's Plain. And I think that today, as the country finds itself perhaps in a crisis that's slightly different, but the impact of which is quite similar. Those calls for collective mobilization and the message that we've received here from different speakers is something that we need to take into account. So this year, our call is that it should be the year of accountability at all levels, at a local level, at a national level, and it must be a year of organization of people. So we must organize people to change our politics. Last year, the Conference for Democratic Renewal and Change, and that's the July conference that was mentioned, said that we need to change our politics. At the moment, our politics is centered and is seen as the sole preserve of political parties. And citizens, people who live in this country who may not be citizens, don't really have a say. And how do we change our politics so that it's not the interest of political parties, but really the interest of the public? And there were a few things that this conference identified that should be, or lend itself to kind of collective agenda. And one is the issue of political and electoral reform. And there's a number of organizations, KSAC, AUTA, and others, Rivonia Circle, My Vote Counts, that have been working on the electoral reform bill and trying to ensure that this bill is done in a way that it allows for people to hold their public representatives accountable. Secondly, the 2024 elections are coming up. How do we hold political parties accountable to their manifestos? I know there's a lot of voter education work being planned by different organizations. But beyond that, how do we prevent in 2024 a kind of scenario here in South Africa, given the possibilities of coalition politics, for a Trump-like situation or a Bolsonaro situation, where people then try to in a way, hijack the election results? Secondly is defending the country from destabilization and actively combating disinformation. And I think here we need to highlight the need to mobilize against attacks on the independence of the judiciary and to defend constitutional democracy. Then combating capture and ongoing forms of state capture and corruption. And here organizations like PARI, KSAC, Open Secrets have done phenomenal work in mobilizing civil society and presenting some sort of collective action and voice on the issue. But we do need to use these platforms for mobilization to up the pressure on the Zondo, on implementing the Zondo Commission report and holding government accountable to it. And then there were other issues, reforming the public service, deepening democracy, looking at a new economic model, and importantly, the formation of some sort of a movement that can take forward people's organization, that can take forward and foster support and solidarity that I think this river that was spoken about represents. Lastly, the next few weeks will see, I think, heightened forms of mobilization on the electricity issue. The stuff that Unite Behind is planning in Cape Town together with Stand Up SA here in Gauteng and Active Citizens Movement in KZN. Defend Our Democracy is looking at a pre-SONA public rally that will be taking place. All of this lends itself to a moment, and I think we need to think about how we capitalize on this moment and ensure that there's sustained action, not just on the issue of electricity. So it's not just, looking at, for example, how it may impact people in the middle class, different to people in Khayelitsha or other areas, but common solidarity on all sorts of issues that affect us. And I think that through this, we can then truly ensure that 2023 is the year for political accountability. And that's our message here today. And we hope that this event fosters that kind of solidarity and inter-organizational support. Thanks.
I didn't expect Dagre to do a preamble, but Amandla, thank you very much, comrade. Bojo, can I invite you, but like 3 minutes, then we'll close in 3 minutes. We've got 6 minutes left. We're connecting the dots. Well, B comes up. Yeah, perfect. I know there's mics there. Okay, cool, go ahead.
Good morning, comrades and colleagues. Nangodo just ambushed me, I'll do my best. We had a conference last year in November around the same size, 150 delegates, based on provinces and the sectors. The key outcomes are more or less the same things which are covered in the review report, essentially. These include foremost the urgent need for civil society to coordinate itself, work together, and one of the resolutions was to engage with other processes so that we create a common platform, cooperation and solidarity. The second issue was the issue of corruption. How best can we deal with the issue of accountability and corruption? Even beyond the Zondo Commission, the key question there was that the Zondo Commission may have addressed some of the key but nuanced issues. Secondly, that the corruption, there are so many of those who were corrupt and went outside the net. And finally, that we need to engage with communities so that the anti-corruption initiatives are taking root from the local level, district, provincial, and nationally. Therefore, within that context, what the organization building, what was called a national gathering, instead of using the concept of social convention, so that we are able to go back to the communities for the reconstruction of the social contract between the governed and the governors. There were issues, immediate campaigns that we thought it needs to be undertaken as a matter of urgency. One of them is anti-corruption, gender-based violence, but the issue of the youth unemployment. We need to strengthen the capacity of the sector to be able to do the kind of work that it has been doing even more proficiently, including the transformation of the resource access for the sector, which must permeate right to the community level. I'm just highlighting those things. Nongqeto, I can share the outcomes with yourself to share with everybody during the course of the day today. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much. You'll also find that the logos of the former two conferences look similar to this one. So it all goes to say that it feels like we're all on the same page. I'm going to leave now because I've got 3 minutes left. 3 last stories. The one is that it's becoming increasingly clear that reform is no longer enough. People need and want a revolutionary moment. So let's go off and think about how to do that. Okay. The second thing is that Audrey then says to us that, look, we'll just leave this there because the slides and the thing now is not together. Revolution is not a one-time event. No? My last story here is that we need to go build movement. We need to go organize ourselves. But when we do this, I want to caution something. We must do it while also preparing for the counter-revolution. The big boss is not going to sit idle and watch us organize ourselves and go, oh, wow, can I give you some money here and there? There's going to be hard repression. Lessons from Brazil, the Chileans, Afghanistan have all shown us that repression can be fucking brutal. And the revolutionary moment is also not sexy, Makabani. To build movement is hard, and people had spoken about common ground, all the things, but from the ground up. And that is going to need all of us, not just the so-called social movements in the hub. Last story. In movement building, my only advice to people, as someone that's been inside movement for a couple of years, is that the thing that's going to be critical is us meeting often. You can't build social movements through having gatherings every now and again. We must meet often, we must talk often to continue to build consensus and the language for the thing that we want to see in the future. Mandla. Now, I thought, sometimes when you deal with technology, you think you're the boss of it. But I don't even know when I press my phone what are the things that are happening to get to the page I'm at. But nevertheless, I wanted to create a QR code with a playlist that I'd put together for this gathering and this input. So this was an offering, but it's followed by a playlist. So my idea is that the QR code will come on screen, people use their phone, snap the thing, find the playlist. I don't know how it works, okay? We've tried, many also have tried. But there's a link to it. We'll probably share this PowerPoint with Abandone, but Nam Dilapa for the next 2 days, I will disperse far and wide. Ne? Listen, enjoy, think back to this moment, and let it continue to energize you into the future. Share it with many people as well, ne? And add your own songs. Mandla! Wethu ngenkani. Nah, ngoku. Thank you very much, comrades. So, comrades, we were doing a story together. Tessa and other friends. Am I meant to be saying that? Oh, no.
Hayi bendingafuni uba ngathi ndiyagxotha okanye ndiyaxhesha. Enkosi kakhulu Noncedo iyabulela ilali. Colleagues, we're going to go into a break, take a breath, have a drink, chat. Before we do that, as always, a couple of announcements. There is going to be a group photo. The group photo is happening on the stairs outside this building. So please, before we go to tea, as we exit, please can we congregate for the group photo. Also, there is a flip chart in the art space just outside these doors. The flip chart is to continue the conversation, particularly the conversation about values, the conversation about an agreed code of conduct, how we want to be with each other. We recognize that we haven't had conversations about a zero tolerance policy for sexual harassment and setting down how we want to hold this space. So please put your thoughts on that particular flip chart. We will return to that conversation. My third and fourth announcements are after the discussion of input ka Noncedo, we will break for lunch, and after lunch we go into smaller engagements to do some of that in-depth conversationing that Noncedo is calling for. During this break, please, at the registration tables, you can sign up for the various themed smaller group engagement areas, so please do that. Finally, a reminder about the glass water bottles. Please, can you take empty ones out with you as we exit now and put them on the tables? We're not too bad for time. We're not, well done, well done. Colleagues, can we come back at 10 to 12, please? We will pick up the program with a poetry contribution from Uvangile, and then we will move into the discussion of input ka Noncedo. So please, 10 to 12. Thank you so much. Ibambe. Ibambe. Ibambe maqabane ibambe. Ibambe. Kwangathi yona bayingokuba shushu ngokingoma. Ibambe. 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 Mama wema. Siyabulela maqabane Nkosi. Is this on? Can I get the podium mic? Siyabulela. Betnan masiphinde sixhole emcimbini sithi chungcembe. So we pick up the program now with a discussion again about provocation, trying to put forward some questions, digging a little bit deeper into some of the provocations that Unoncedo offered us before we went on tea break. We have a couple of speakers. I am going to ask them to introduce themselves, but going from nearest to me to farthest from me, we have Tessa Dooms, who joins us from the Rivonia Circle. We have Ustembile Mbete, who is an independent consultant and a political commentator. We have Mersha Andrews, who joins us from TCOE. And we have, of course, Noncedo, who was our keynote speaker this morning. So I'm going to facilitate from over there, but I'm going to first make space for a poetry input that we missed during the session before tea. So I'm going to invite Ugogo to give us a poem, please.
Small girl with moths in her mouth, speaks anger in glances, knows the dagger of words. Small girl, big voice, moves in silence, knows how earthquakes begin. In the rumbling of her stomach, entire families collapse. Small girl cares too much for such a small girl. There is power in your voice, even when you choose quiet. There is strength in your standing. Even when you break publicly, there is life in your breath. You are fire, blazing embers, wild fields, burning winter's pain, preparing for springtime. You are everything. So I expect more from you. Because my father fought for you. He gave himself to you. Behind dustbins, my father fought for you. He gave himself to you. My mother was raided, covered up, worked thrice as hard for you. So I expect more from you. Because Malume left home post-matric for you. He left his leg in Lusaka for you. Became a child with a gun in foreign bushes for you. His parents worried for you. My mother was raided, covered up, worked thrice as hard for you. Umagazi left home, hidden in bushes, locked up in dark cells, counting imaginary stars for you. She lost her love and buried her child in an unnamed grave for you. Even when you abandoned her across the oceans, she gave herself to you. Even when you tried to kill her, she served you in green and black, fist high, proud for you. So I expect more from you. I remember when we first saw your face, in long queues with scarf dinners and ID books my mother signed for you. Gave her voice to you, understood when Utata said it would take time. With her last sense, she supported you because you were the dream they had for us. So if for no other reason but for her, I expect more from you, more than you, who doesn't even remember her name, who doesn't appreciate that she still signs for you. Years later, neck high in rent and taxi fare, unable to buy groceries, even when you stole her husband and tried to rub your theft in her face. She prays for you, gives to you, no longer expects from you. But I expect more from you. More than umalume, more than a limping uncle, struggling with dreams made up in Lusaka. I expect more than you, more than umagazi ononyanyayo, because your taking never stops. Lifetimes later, struggling with hospital bills while you flaunt blue label luxuries in her face and pretend you don't remember her face behind your high walls and tinted windows. I expect more from you, because as much as you gave to us, we gave to you always. With our lives and our limbs and our children, we gave for a dream you keep taking from us. With each cross you take, and all we get are broken promises, cheap t-shirts, ochomi on pot-belly stages. We get raped by our fathers, our homes get broken into, and still your taking never stops. We have filled your stadia. We have sung your praises. We have devoted our lives to you. So damn it, I expect more from you.
Siyabulela gogo, siyabulela. All right. To kick off our conversation, I'm going to ask our respondents, our provocateurs, to begin with sort of opening responses. I think Unoncedo, in her keynote earlier today, left us with a lot of food for thought. She, left us with a call to action. There are 3 statements that are sort of ringing in my ears that she left us with. The first being the question of what have we done to democracy? The point about our tools being blunt and stale. And of course, the third is the overarching analogy and image of a river that she used throughout her input. And I think that those 3 are really sitting with me at the moment. So I'm going to start with you, Tessa, and just ask you to give an opening response, thoughts, provocations of your own. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I don't know. So I'm going to ask. So I was really happy to hear what I heard. Actually, I already gave my response. It was from the back. If you weren't sure who all the amens were from, it was me. And so there's not much for me to say, but I do want to just hammer in a few things. So one of the things is that our crisis in this country, or our crises in this country, are multiple. But the the core crisis we're confronted with in this moment, I believe, is a political crisis. So somebody was admonishing me and saying that my voice in the last year has been too political and that I'm focused too much on politics and the state and too little on socioeconomic issues, because that's the heart of it. Socioeconomic issues. If we solve the socioeconomic issues, everything else follows. And the first thing I want to say is I make no apologies for centering the political crisis. And the reason is that the political crisis cannot be separated from socioeconomic issues. In fact, the political crisis is a battle for tools to figure out and solve socioeconomic issues. It's a battle for the kinds of resources and energy and efforts and time that is being stolen from us to solve the socioeconomic issues. So while we're being distracted by politicians and their factional battles, and while we're being, we're having to be drawn into 2 years of a commission detailing to us what was done with our state machinery, that's all things that have been taken away from us in our struggle for socioeconomic progress, freedom, and emancipation. And so I can't separate those two anymore in my mind. And I would ask us as a sector not to do that, to please not see these things as separate, to please understand that when we say politics, our politics must be about all spheres in which we must get power back. There isn't a sphere that is for them only, and we just watch. So one of the things for me about civil society post-94 is that during election cycles, when election season comes, we go on leave. It's almost like we don't exist during that period. And I want to say that cannot be the case anymore. The party political terrain, because I think there's also a thing about what is politics. Post-1994, all of a sudden, when we say the word politics, we only mean politicians, elections, and governments. Yet when we speak to each other, we challenge each other about our politics all the time. But then we say, no, we're not political. No, we are political. And we must be political on purpose, and then we must be political and go and fight political battles politically. Now, does that mean we need to be on ballots? Maybe. Somebody gasped earlier when that suggestion was made. I mean, a seat in parliament. I'm no longer scared to have that conversation in this room, guys, because I would rather vote for you than them. That's my truth. There are people in this country I would rather vote for who, when I ask them, can I vote for you? They go, oh, no, that's not my thing. And I'm just like, no. So there's an analogy I've been using, and I think it's cute, so I'm going to continue using it, and I'm going to like wear it out. But if South Africa was a car driving towards a cliff and was going to fall off the side, I feel like the majority of South Africans are standing outside the car, shouting, throwing stones, saying, whoa, driver, whoa, laying in front of the car. We're figuring out all sorts of ways to get the driver's attention. And we also know it's a bad driver. We can see it's a bad driver. Driver's bad. And the only people who want to get in the car, we can also see they failed their driver's license.
They bought it.
Or they bought it. And then you ask people to get in the car, and they're like, no, 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 can't do that. Go and drive the car. No, 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 can't do that. And my worst fear is that we're getting to the point that it's getting close to the cliff, and our response as a nation is becoming, let the driver see to finish. The driver will find out what a bad driver the driver is when the car's off the cliff. Our level of disillusionment is not with the ANC, the DA, this party or that party. Our country is losing our faith in the entire democracy, in the entire democratic system, in all its institutions, including us. The problem is if the car goes off the cliff, it's our car. It's our car. They're not driving their state to the ground. They're driving our state to the ground. And we are not thinking about how we are going to stop that from happening. So that's my first provocation. The second one is a bit more helpful, I hope, and less shouty. That the moment has come for us to move beyond resistance politics. And we must figure out what that looks like and what it means. And the reason I say that is because the thing I've become convinced about in the last 2 years is that anger is not enough. Is that, yes, there are going to need to be emotions that drive us, and we must not be scared of emotions. I was sitting with a group of young activists 2 days ago who said they were very worried about getting involved in, like, solutions for the country because they're so emotional. And I said, emotions are good. You can both be emotional and right. You can be emotional and you can have the right ideas. And emotions are good. But the emotion of anger is not enough. I'm not saying we shouldn't be angry. Right now we don't have a choice. Our anger just haunts us. But we're going to have to move to other kinds of things to get people galvanized in the society, because this society, somebody said it earlier, if you ask people even on something that is taking food out of their stomachs to go to the streets, they're probably going to ask you why. Anger is simply not enough. We are beyond anger in the country. People have become comfortable with anger. And in fact, those who like seeing black bodies angry are comfortable too. And so my appeal, my hope is for us to move towards something that galvanizes us towards the future. And to think about what vision, what hope, what end goals we're going to set that can drive us forward. Not just drive us up to our feet, but drive us forward. I was speaking to a group of young MPs in Germany from the Social Democratic Party, and they just won an election, and I asked them, what is it that is still missing for young people in your party as progressives to, move forward? And he said, for all of the lefts and the progressives' energy, it is the right-wingers and the capitalists who can provide better vision of the future. We are not clear about the future we're trying to paint. And so people don't know where we're going to. We cannot continue to call people to struggle without giving them a clearer picture of the future. And so I'm going to ask of us to start painting a clearer picture of that vision, of that future. It must no longer be unimaginable. We must start to imagine it. It is our job to start to imagine it. And then something else related to actually my very first point, because I just saw Siklukane. The state has a job to do. The state has a job to do. And its primary job is a lot of our jobs. A lot of us have taken on the job that the state's supposed to be doing. And you know what? I want to work myself out of a job. This sector's job is to work ourselves out of a job. We want an anti-capitalist world? Sure. So it's important for us to think about what kind of economy. We want cohesive societies. We want active citizenry. That's great. But we need a functional state. We can no longer be the ones that do the job of the state. And I'm tired of hearing young people say, tell the government to leave me alone. We need a government that is functional, if we're going to have one. If we're going to have one for the anarchists in the room. If we're going to have a government, best believe it needs to be functional. And part of our job is to make it functional. And we must decide how we're going to contribute to doing that. The last thing I'm going to talk about is what I think one of our overarching issues needs to be. Somebody was asking, how do we start to get to the macro? And I would call it inequality, because I think inequality has been one of the most underserviced parts of our democratic project. But I'm going to call it radical solidarity to be solutions oriented. I think that we need to start making practical what solidarity is going to need to look like. So start giving South Africa a roadmap to solidarity that says, when I was sitting in my flat in the northern suburbs during the 2021 riot, and my family was sitting in Aldo's, it occurred to me that this country has given me privileges of being able to insulate myself and even my family in Aldo's from the 2021 riots. And I had to ask myself, am I going to use that privilege to insulate myself further? Or I'm going to tell myself that the people who are 10 minutes down the road from me in Diepsloot's issues are my issues, and if they burn, I burn. We're going to have to make a practical decision about what radical solidarity is going to look like and who we are going to invite to it. And we're going to have to then have the courage and the stomach to sit across the table with people we don't necessarily like or agree with and invite them to that project. Because ultimately, inequality is not going to solve itself. People are going to have to opt into more equal forms of organizing our society. We're not going to regulate people into it. People are going to have to opt into it. We don't have enough jails to jail people for not paying a wealth tax. And so those are my opening provocations. Safe to say, this morning's opening plenary helped me say two things I didn't think I was going to say today, and I want you to sit with. We need a new UDF and a Black AfriForum. Let's figure it out.
I'm going to start where Tessa left off. Because...
We can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Your mic.
Oh, wait, okay, is it? Yeah, okay. Can anyone? I was waving away the frequency. Okay. Hello. A slight correction. I actually am not an independent anything. I am, the space that we are in now is one of my employers at the University of Pretoria for my sins. And then the second place that I am working at currently full-time is an organization called Future Elect that trains young people that want to run for office. Because we've been taking it for granted that the right people are going to be political leaders. And that they're going to know how to navigate political systems. In South Africa, you have to be part of a political party to win, to be a representative. Political parties are messy, disgusting places, whether they're new or old. Whether they're 111, 112 years old, or whether they are, how's the EFF, 10 years old, or whether they are 2 years old. They are messy places to navigate. You can navigate them and still maintain some of your ethics, most of your ethics, but you need to be taught how to do that. Can't take it for granted. So that's some of what I'm thinking about at the moment. But to start where Tessa left off, and then to give 4 crises in response to Nongleto's provocation, thank you, is that we need a UDF. I'm having sleepless nights thinking about this. And Prof. Tsepo Upi, you wrote, there's an excellent article that he wrote years ago about what made the UDF, what killed the UDF, effectively. And this is a space, I think, and this is an opportunity
for real intergenerational dialogue. For those of you who were there, how did you do it? How did you make that thing happen? Nongleto says if we wanted to protest about something here now, from here, we wouldn't be able to put 2,000 people together. The UDF was regularly organizing stadiums full of people to do shit. How? Where is our memory of that, and how can we make that memory practical? How can we use it? Because there's no... And if you think of what the UDF was, they organized the civil society, there were social movements, there were churches, there were children's, students, organizations, there was everything. Often from very different political spectrums, from across the political spectrum. Some were banned, some were legal, or allowed to still operate legally. And they did shit. Yeah. That's what we need, because it's interesting. South Africa, I was speaking to a group of executive people from the UN last week, and the one woman who's just arrived about 6 months ago said, where can I get to all civil society in South Africa? It's like, I don't know how to do that. Where do I find those people? Give her my address. Okay. And so this thing of civil society working patch in lots of different places necessarily then means that, firstly, our energy is way too dispersed, but also the people that should be influenced. No, power is the ability to make others do what you want them to do, whether they want to do it or not. This sector that should have so much power, that used to have so much power, doesn't. And something to think about. The second thing that I want to just touch on, that Tessa was talking about, is about we need an AfriForum, a Black AfriForum. But a student who's just written about the AfriForum. Fascinating thesis, excellent thesis. And Afrikaans boy with good politics. And what was striking to me in his analysis is how simple it is. AfriForum is doing nothing complicated. What they've done is they've understood the system they work within and what the levers are to pull in that system. They've worked out a way to raise money and to use that money effectively from themselves. And they've worked out a way to legitimize themselves. We need not a Black AfriForum and a multiracial one, we need a progressive AfriForum. There, I'll put it out there. Thank you. So that's, and I think that part of an AfriForum story, I think, is a useful one. Because I think that AfriForum have understood the 4 big crises, I think, that face South Africa. The first one, and this is where I'll disagree with Nongleto and your constitutional lawyer friend. South Africa doesn't have a crisis of constitutionalism. South Africa, more fundamentally, has a crisis of representation. Our representative democracy is broken. And it's broken in its substance, not in its form. In its form, South Africa has an excellent democracy. We vote regularly, elections are free and fair. And you know, we have lots of issues with the IEC and all of the things. Guys, the IEC's running of elections is better than most places, including the United Kingdom and the United States. Our elections are as credible as an election is going to be, all of them. Those by-elections that I can't tell you how many by-elections we had last year. So in the fall, if you've got the money to go to court, you can go to court. And you can take anyone to court. You can tuga the president. We call the president by the nickname his girlfriend gave him. We call him Cupcake. We know he's Cupcake because we saw his emails before he was elected as ANC president in 2017. And we do that. No one's ever been arrested for calling him Cupcake. No one's been shouted at. We do it, Kamnand. Kids call him Cupcake. So in all of the formal ways that you have a democracy, we've got one. But as my Gogo Siyabonga, we expect more from it. We've given so much for it to be there, and we expect more. Because in substantial ways, our democracy isn't functioning. There's such distance between the representatives and the people that have voted for them. There's very little accountability between individual representatives and the people that have voted for them. And it suits political leaders for that to be the case. I've spent the last 3 years working on the electoral reform process. And the single thing that the ANC, the DA, and the EFF have in common is that they'd want as little change to the closed list proportional representation system as possible, because they don't want their members of parliament to account directly to citizens as well as to the party leadership. They want their members of parliament to only account to head office. We see it even at local government level, where we've got a mixed system, where it's possible for people to be directly elected in a ward. But all of the parties only make, and if you look at it, the mayors, whether it's a coalition government or whatever, the mayors were all on the PR list. The mayors were never directly ward elected because they still have to respond to head office. So one, we've got a crisis of representative democracy. Number two, we've got a crisis of state collapse, which Tessa spoke about. And it is, you're not supposed to find you can't find technical solutions to political problems. But we've got an administration that can't function. So, Sari, everyone, you can win as many court cases as you want. It's not going to change a damn thing because they are the wrong people doing the wrong jobs wrongly. And until we grapple with that, and it sounds technical, it's public admin, it's even if we have a revolution, what is it going to change? The third thing, and this is actually where I'm going to end, I was going to talk about the economic crisis, but somebody else will do that. Third thing, is we have a demographic crisis. Of the 60.6 million South Africans, 42.783 million of those are between the ages of 0 and 39. Let me say that again. 42.7 million South Africans are between the ages of 0 and 39. That means that 42 million out of 60 million are under the age of 40. Of those, of the demographic between 15 and 24, 60% of them are unemployed. They're not in education, training, or employment. When Tunisia had the Arab Spring in 2011, they had a youth unemployment rate of 43%. And a general unemployment rate of 18%. South Africa's is about 40% in expanded terms. We have a country that's systematic. When you talk inequality, when we talk inclusive, those Davos people were talking inclusive growth. The people who are excluded in South Africa's economy, in its politics, even in its civil society, are 42 million people, demographically. In every room I walk into now, I ask, how many 25-year-olds are in the room? I'm going to ask now, who here is 25? No, seriously, there's 2 people. There's 2 people. 3. Are they under? Who else is under? Who is 25 and under? Excellent. 4, 5, 6, and then 7. Yeah, I saw you up there. The average South African is 25, 26. Yeah, that's where I'll end.
Oh. Really okay. So good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. I'm going to start my contribution for the last provocation that you had. That's about movement. I am also going to try and weave into the conversation, because that was my brief, to weave into the conversation. Is there a problem? Can you, is it? Is that better? Okay. Do you think I'm just...
There you go.
Okay, I think we've solved it. No, there's an echo now. And do I switch this off then? Eh? Okay. So
There we go.
So I want to focus my contribution on the last provocation, which is about movement building. And as part of my contribution around movement building, I want to weave into the conversation some of my reflections of the formation and a little bit about the history of the South African NGO coalition, because my brief was to speak a little bit about that. So I'm going to try and weave the two aspects together. So I think the three presentations that have gone, I think has been really rich and stimulating. So I'm going to try and work with that and build. And the first most important thing I want to say is that today we are very fortunate. In this room, there are many comrades and activists who have spent the last 30 years in the trenches, building organization, building campaigns, some of the most important post-apartheid campaigns, the treatment action campaigns and so on, they are sitting in this room today. Those who have built and worked and organized, where is she now, in the UDF, they are sitting in this room today. Those who have worked in the labor movement, those who have built the unions, those who have fought in many struggles that made change in this country are sitting in the room today. So we're sitting here with a wealth of experience, a wealth of leadership, and a wealth of understanding of some of the crises, the multiple crises, the polycrises, as they're calling the crises today. And so what I'm going to say as part of movement building, I think I'm hoping comrades enrich and add. And I have in the room also one of my strongest critics on the topic of movement building. Him and I have been battling this issue for I don't know how long. So the starting point, which is a point I want to make in relation to Sengoko, is that there is a difference between an NGO and NGO staff, NGO institutions, NGO organizations, and popular movements. I think we must be clear about that distinction. But that doesn't mean that those who work in the NGOs, like all of us in this room, cannot and do not and should not contribute to building and strengthening popular movements that are political. And I'm emphasizing movements that are political because often the second criticism or lesson from Sengoko is that we can build many civics, many groups of land people or this or that are not political, that act often in narrow ways. And if we want to build movements, we must put the question of political leadership in the center of what we do. Because if we don't put the question of political leadership, and I mean critical leadership, not just those who can talk about Marx or Lenin only, but critical leadership that's critical at many, many levels, that have taken on board all the nuances of race, class, sex, intersectionality, the environmental question, and so on and so on. So this, for me, is a key task. And that means that part of our work, part of what we're doing when we're talking about movement building has to have this component. If we don't have this component, and it's something another comrade of mine insists on, then we are going to have popcorn struggles every week, every day across the country. And it's not going to be sustained struggles that's going to challenge the structural nature of the problems in the country. So I think for me that's key. I think the issue of political leadership and how we build that leadership, particularly us, and I am not outside of the self-criticism, as NGO leaders, I think we have to put the mirror and ask, why is it that many of us see movement building as a 9-to-5 job? No? 5 o'clock, it's childhood time, the computer goes close, and whatever goes on there in Aldo's shit case, I'm going home to my flat in the leafy suburbs. So, does that make you a movement building activist that's rooted in struggle, right there with the communities, shaping, helping, political education in front of the march, struggling, speaking about these issues? Or what does it say of me? It's a job, it's a career, and I go home. And so I am throwing stones today at us. We need to shake our cots, all of us. The campaigns that we are initiating, comrades, many of these campaigns ought to be the popular movements, the UDFs that you are talking about, which is was very different in its character, in its nature, in how it was organized, who it was organized, how it was funded. It was not a substitution by some of us for these important activities. And I want to make the separation. To build a movement, a popular movement that's going to struggle for deep fundamental change and for socialism, for new imaginations, for alternatives. That's going to have to be a popular political movement driven in a particular way. That doesn't say we mustn't have an NGO gathering and an NGO coordination. We also need that. But the one is very different to the other. And we mustn't conflate the two. And often we conflate the two. And we call ourselves activists, but we go home 5 o'clock and we shut the computer. Is it you, Wendy? And I'm trying to suggest that we must rethink this role. We need all the voices, all the energy, all the intellect in the movement. But I'm asking us to cross the bridge, to cross the line from our office in Braamfontein, AB, right there into the streets where we should be. And I think this is the transition we should be talking about. When we're talking about reimagining the moment that we are in, we are going to have that discussion as well. Because people are suggesting we reimagine a UDF. I am also of the view that you can't do the same thing twice. No? Been there, done that, learn and move. And the same with the Sengoko. I think we need a new vehicle. Maybe it must now be for these new bakkies. No? But it can't be the car that Mark drove or Ashley drove or the comrades that's here in 2000. My time is going with me, and I want to say 3 small more things. The first is that in movement building, and some of us have been trying for a long time to build a national land movement that can challenge the skewed land holding patterns in this country. 25 years we've been trying to do that. And this national land movement is struggling to come. And part of it is because in politics, the moment is everything. We could build the UDF because it was a particular moment, the moment. We could build Sengoko, it was 1994, it was the moment. If we are going to do anything now, comrades, there are many people doing things in this country. Yesterday even the DA marched for electricity. Everybody's marching for electricity. Everybody. Nobody's marching for the basic income grants. Nobody, so we must look at what are the issues that is going to unite us. Because the electricity issue is an important issue. But comrades said earlier that there was already, what is it that Dominic uses the word? Energy poverty. There's been energy poverty in this country for a long time. I'm not sure if all the gogos is going to come to the march for energy, unless it's going to be an increased amount of electricity they're going to get. So what is it that's going to make us turn the corner and move? So comrades, the chair is looking at me with big eyes. So if we are going, and I want to, last thing, if we are going to be building this movement, a political movement, a process outside of our 9-to-5 jobs, etc., with politics, it must also be, as she says, with alternatives, real alternatives, where we really rebuild hope, rebuild a vision of another society. We have in this country one of the most violent societies against all of us, not only women and children and the LGBTI community. It's a violent society across the board. How are we going to restore this humanity? So these are key challenges that we face as movements. So comrades, I think if we were to draw all of the experiences in this room together, I think we can have some very good strategies for going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My last 4 stories to everyone. The first thing is that I just want to say, as we respond and think about the poly-crisis, which is what Umersha was calling it, so the different things happening inside of our day-to-day. We get hungrier, more despondent, feel fearful in our own homes, becoming mentally ill, physically ill as well. We must also think about the counter-revolution. How do we make sure that the sector and our country does not self-implode? And it's also said somewhere that the river doesn't drink its own water. So I also just want to say to people, inside the story of movement building, when we're preparing for the counter-revolution, because we're going to get the gains, in the meanwhile, how do we not kill each other getting there? Okay. The second story is that my personal request, I'll mention it again in my small breakaway session. I don't think we need to focus time on thinking about the different strands and the thematics of the issues that we're all working on. Really is to build language around the intersectional messaging of our work. Then Bob is our uncle. And then Kengoku, Bantu is our uncle. Look, can we please agree to put these questions, these gatherings, this momentum in the strategies of our organizations and movements? If we don't do that, we're wasting 2 days. My last story is that when we meet again, because we will be meeting often, can we please invite some comrades to help us think about economic literacy? If we do want an anti-austerity agenda in the short and medium term, what the fuck's that going to look like? I have a last, I promise, Manyanyan. There by movement building, there was a slide there that had many things on that. Payanago movement building, we need technicians, technical folks. As our comrades, come join the movement. We need data miners. We need, Siamet once said, we need feminist bots on our internets. We need the economists. We need lawyers. So when we think about building this movement, it's going to look very different. Many things in the room. So onwards.
Thank you so much. I think a very big thank you to our panel. That's some critical and important provocations. So now we open up. If you don't want me to talk. Oh, they switched on the other one. Thank you. So now we open up to everybody else in the room. Statements echoing what you've heard, questions. I see you, Russell. Further kind of provocations, things to think about. Okay. I'm going to start with way in the back, Russell. I'm going to come to Me, comrade in the red, and comrade in the black shirt. Let me start there. I see both of you. And I will come to this side.
Thank you. Let's sing a song. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you very much for all these very inspiring conversations. And I think we've been having them for the last 2 to 3 years. Right? But I think the last 2 years have transformed society so much. We had a COVID pandemic over 2 years, a global one. The longer term impacts of that epidemic means that the next 5 years in terms of economics, jobs, and all of the other high-level crap impacts the way politics will be shaped. We also, like Sitembele often reminds us, have a political crisis, but a political mobilization crisis. That isn't something that we'll be able to solve in the short term. Right? It's probably in the next election, not 2024, we will see significant change. However, we work in healthcare. And COVID, for us in many ways, was a stark reminder that despite the enshrined right to health in the Constitution, when it came down to the brass tacks, a global pandemic, colleagues and I wrote very early in the pandemic about the need for a unified response to this pandemic, right? Where the private sector and the public sector worked in collaboration to ensure that people got the health that they needed. Sadly, 300,000 people died, right? 109,000 of them got into a hospital to die, and those were the deaths that were registered as COVID deaths. But the vast majority of COVID deaths were lonely deaths of people at home, right? With no access to healthcare. And even one of our leading activists, who has a strong political voice, the leader of the Ngoma Trust movement, died at home, right? After going for a COVID test at a local clinic. And I think if we're going to start building movements, I think we need to start building them around issues, right? And there are inequalities in education, there are inequalities in health. And I think we need to start uniting and connecting and being more focused around the accountability that we seek. So firstly for me, I think political accountability is something that's underappreciated, right? The legislative authority and the legislature that we have do not have executive powers, but they have a responsibility to ensure that every legislation or piece of legislation, including money bills, that comes to their desks meets the constitutional measure. How does any changes or any cuts in the healthcare budget impact those most in need? We need to get universal health coverage in the next 7 years. The health data that we have suggests that the poorest among us are the furthest away from receiving access to essential services like maternal and child health, access to infectious diseases like TB and HIV, and non-communicable diseases, which was diabetes, the main comorbidity during COVID. Less than 20% of people living with diabetes are currently on treatment, right? So as we build our movements, I think it's important that we also link our movements directly to the issues and the inequalities in the delivery of those services, so that in the next 5, 10 years, we can start getting the political leadership that will concentrate on creating a better life for all, instead of pleading to a business sector whose taxes they rely on to maintain the status quo. So if we build our movements, let's focus on the issues. Let's focus on education. Let's focus on health. Let's focus on access to housing. And most importantly, let's create a social stimulus that creates jobs for our youth. You know, the Minister of Health said it's going to cost 200 billion rand to revitalize all health facilities. Shouldn't that also be accompanied by a plan that ensures that 65% of youth that are currently structurally unemployed are able to be reskilled and retrained and be part of that process of rebuilding our social infrastructure, rather than these public-private partnerships that the president or Cupcake is throwing around? And I think we need to be a little bit direct about that. So sorry for taking too much time, but we need to use this moment to become a little bit more focused and connected and working together in order to achieve the justice that we want. Because where injustice, where hopelessness prevails, injustice persists, and that's from Brian Stevenson. And I think that's where we are now. We feel pretty hopeless.
So, colleagues, I'm going to rely on you to self-regulate. The longer you speak, the less time there is for other voices. Also, please can I ask people to speak as slowly and as clearly as they can. The translators are struggling with keeping up with the pace. So please just remember to be mindful that there are many voices in the room, and so let's try and keep our inputs short. Who was next? I had said me, and then red, black t-shirt, and I'll move to that side.
Women. That's gender sensitivity. I will be short. You spoke about the Holy Spirit in activism. When I see all of us in one roof, academics, what can you can call, you know, from the lower ground up to the lamppost. Then the Holy Spirit comes to Mama Emily. I become happy. One side becomes happy. The other side says, are we going to reach there? What is our vision and mission? Why are we here? We are here because of our struggles, because of issues from the local. We are not here because we wrote thesis and all those sorts of researchers and all for our own good. NO means no. We are here for the people, for the masses. When we think, we should think, being in those shoes. Take my shoes, I'm size 5. And wear them for 1 mile or 1 kilometer, and you will tell me something different. That's what we should do. The second issue is, you know, you are winding me up. Now a book comes, I must pick and pick. NGOization, I don't know how to pronounce it. NGOization. Now we go into school. We should stop that. STOP. If we want to build a movement is for people. People down there. People driven. Whatever you do, you must think people driven. It must be drove by the people. Even CR, we once told him, people driven, then you will win at the end of the day. CR, Juju, Theo, you know all those in Parliament. The other issue is about our law and policy. Oh my God. How many times we went to court? My colleagues are here, all of us. And some of us became friends of the court. And when you start kicking the ball, they say, are you going to win? How do they know I want to win? Because I have evidence, I have facts, I've done research, I have all this, I have everything written. And I know I can win in court. So if we want to win, we have young blood here, I'm happy. How are we going to pass the baton to them? We pointed out, I love that thing. We have under 25, we have all the ages, intergenerational age. We should do political education. We should teach them. We should tell their stories. You know, my lecturer, my facilitator, my everything, said to me, where is that book you are writing? Her story. So now I'm going to sit down and take a week and finish it up. Her story, not history. Her story. How we were, how our mothers toit. Because of the dissatisfaction of the status quo. Why I'm at Lepgoyer van 6 en 70? Because of that status quo. We were not satisfied. Fighting the system, not the people, the system. We should, when we are here together, plan at the end of the day tomorrow, we should have a declaration that says, we are changing the system with strategies. With strategies. That's why my last word is, we must have SGA in Parliament. Then we will change. If you want to catch a crook, you must become part of them, then you will win at the end of the day. Before I close, please, let's not lose focus. Donor-driven. Here comes an issue. Criteria you meet from the donor philanthropic, organizations helping us. Then the government comes with a bill this side. You lose your focus of where we were going as a movement. Now, here, funder, here is a bill. We are doing, somebody spoke about doing the job of the government, of the state. Why? Now we are going to court next month with the TKLB, which was signed to become the act, which we told Ramaphosa, and wrote letters and all, and I told personally at Rivali not to sign, but it was signed. So we must put pressure again, throw strategies to him and all in Parliament, and all of us be committed. I don't want to come next time and attend this meeting. I should be at home teaching the young ones how to farm, how to take care of themselves, and how to do what with the old mamas there. And we see you, new face coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank also the very provocative thoughts that comrades have put in my mind. But I just wanted to say that we shouldn't do the mistake that has been happening in my point for forever. We shouldn't treat things as if, either this or either that. It shouldn't be either or. It shouldn't be either we talk about, as my comrade mentioned, the micro issues, micro solutions, or we discuss macro solutions. It's never either or. The struggle has shown us that. I mean, what would the liberation movement have been without the rent boycotts, without the student uprisings, without the plethora of day-to-day struggles that made up what we now call the UDF. I mean, there's uneven geographical developments everywhere. We all suffer under capitalism, but differently. In some places, capitalism works like a well-oiled machine, and in some places it failed. Even the struggle in some places gained ground against capitalism, but other struggles have been crushed by this system. So we need to look at not look at these things in a linear fashion. Either we do this or either we do that. And secondly, I think it's very important. I like the point like Mashia raised about strengthening grassroots movement, because if we are saying, comrades, that we want to unite these 5 fingers into a fist for social change, then we also need to look at the conditions of these individual fingers. What's the use of clenching a fist with broken fingers? So we need to look in grassroots movements. We need to organize and strengthen these organizations from the bottom up. And lastly, comrades, please, can we stop? Just can we stop, comrades? Let's stop saying that no more reform, we want revolution, and then 2 seconds after, then we say, I'm going to vote for you, Kenneth. Aye, man, please, comrades. I mean, and I want to finish off with a quote by Isha Shifji that says, constitutions do not create revolutions or revolutionaries. It's the revolutionaries and the revolutions that create the constitutions. Mandla.
Because my one is a very short one. It's just that there's something that's been raised about the age of the participants in the room. And it's something, I'm from the Fees Must Fall movement, I'm a younger activist, and it was an issue that was raised even at that time of protest, that there's no handbook one, so lessons of the past haven't been learned. And now, as we sit in the room, we've got older comrades who we need to tell us what has happened before, but there's a lack of young comrades sitting in the room with us, which means that there's a generational gap that needs to be addressed. And that generational gap is not just one, I'm thinking we can't just come and replace ourselves here with youth that are in the category of 25 to 35 or whatever that is. We need to look at children and the role of children in our societies, because those children are the very ones that need to pick up the baton and run forward. And so if we're not thinking about new strategies within our movements, especially in this day and age, digital strategies are important. We are not reaching the 42 million, was it? That we need to be reaching, and that's why we can't get 2000s onto the streets with us. If we are not speaking the same language of those that are in the majority in this country, we are not going to have effective movements.
Hello everyone, I am not Vivian. Everyone has been calling me Vivian. No, it's okay. Literally everyone has been calling me Vivian. So, I am Lenina Rasool. I'm here representing Cape Town TV. I produce the Women's Show on Cape Town TV, which looks at systemic failures in the GBV system. I just have a few things I want to say. I just want to start on movement building and point out again the youth thing, right? There's about 10 people here under 25. There's a controversial narrative that I've observed in youth social justice sectors, and it says that movement building was easier during apartheid because there was a defined vision for the future, right? We spoke about the need for vision. The movement almost built itself because everyone was affected, everyone was offended, and so everyone became invested in a defined vision. We knew where we were going, right? So we've already spoken about that. And so until we create a vision for the future that people can latch onto, and that speaks to sort of everything, and I made a list, we work in unemployment, 40% unemployment, then poverty, then starvation, access to education, housing and land, and how do we take those visions, how do we take all of those problems and create one defined vision so that those unemployed people at home, right, can know that who's providing that vision is Western media. They want to be Tupac. We see young journalists don't want to go into journalism anymore. They want to be the next Beyonce or presenters, or my 9-year-old wants to be like a TikTok video person. I'm just saying. So everybody wants to be a YouTuber. They are creating an individual vision for wealth and fancy cars and stuff. And I'm going to say it, the ones who don't have opportunity to reach those fancy cars and stuff, they are just drinking and drugging and seeking, they're trying to get away from the reality. So I think that it's really important that we take that on. The other thing is, I had a long conversation with someone last night about the fact that people are not engaged. It's difficult to mobilize people because they aren't engaged. And how do we create that? How do we create engagement when people have no energy? And we were speaking about what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? Do we create an environment for engagement first, right? Because you're not going to get those engaged people. They are not engaged. And corporate does this really well. Nike and Adidas and etc., they spend millions first to engage those people, to buy their tackies, and they build communities around common interests, and they do all of those things, and we do not utilize those same things, right? We need to, when we talk about popular, the notion of popular has changed. So, and then just one more thing, and then movement, when we talk about jobs, I also do, it's right here, the other narrative, again, that a lot of people said shouldn't be, movement building and social justice shouldn't be a 9-to-5 job. Younger people go into organizations, since COVID and we're working from home, the nature of work has changed. It's becoming more flexible. With technology, you can do things faster. It's not about showing your face from 9 to 5 anymore. We need to open spaces where we can work differently so that we can enjoy the work. Someone said last night, I just want to enjoy this work again. That's what the energy brought. I also want to enjoy my work, otherwise we're going to be broken down. Audre Lorde speaks so much about love and happiness and joy as resistance. Is there still joy in this work? And if there isn't, then we don't want to do it, and we're going to have all of our mental health issues, and we are going to burn out, and people are leaving the sector in droves. Very young people are leaving the sector in droves because they are burnt out. And I will say because they do not earn enough. This generation wants to earn money and needs to earn money, and I've spoken to enough people here who want to send their kids to the best schools. We do. We want better. That is part of the vision, and we cannot, I think, separate work, employment, and pay from social justice if social justice movers are creating employment, right? So those are just some of the things that I want to feed in and for us to think about when we're creating a unified vision. I want to just end off with one thing. Someone came to me the other day, so I freelance also. I write, and organizations will come to me and say, we want you to do comms. And their vision and their mission will always be very generalized. We want, in GBV, we want a world free from violence. And then you say, okay, well, what we can do is don't spend a lot of money creating new content. What we need to do is bring the information together. Here's 100 other GBV organizations. We need to collaborate. We need to use each other's content. We need to promote each other. And one of the biggest things broken in that system is the lack of a referral system. We do not have referral systems. We don't work together. We work in silos. And so, but then organizations will come back afterwards and say, oh no, but our focus area is this, and we can't do that, and we can't write about this, and we can't put this on our website. we are working in silos, and it's showing. We need to be flexible in the way we collaborate with each other, and in the way that we communicate, and in the way that we promote each other. And I think really that is a huge key in how we will be able to create a unified vision. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Mimi from Food Agency Cape Town. I think for one, especially in thinking about transformation, especially transformation that is very much, is passed on from the hand of history, and in fearing repeating mistakes, the one thing that I'd really like to challenge is how we think about power, and how we think about power in how it manifests in the present, how it's manifested in the past, and how we want it to manifest in the future. And this power comes in the way that we use language, in the way that we interact with each other, and the language of giving a guideline, or building a kind of prototype vision that we can get, for example, communities to work with, is also a question of power, because if we want to bridge the gap between policies, for example, and communities, and this whole image of top-down, bottom-up, why is the up? Why are we not building bridges where we can cross? The community can come to us, but we need to come to the communities. So, yeah, that's what I want to throw into the room.
Thanks for the contributions. I just wanted to draw on some of the thread I saw from the speakers, which I thought was quite inspiring. Just starting with Noncedo, I found the kind of analysis of the capitalist state working together with the government, and then recognizing that the social justice sector to some extent is a machinery that's part of that assembly. I think it's quite a provocative and powerful way to think about this. And it raises the critique of, to what extent can we see ourselves outside of it if we're part of that machinery? It raises a kind of frustration and an anxiety that I've only been in the sector for a couple of years, a lot less than a lot of other people, but an anxiety that I have about the kind of dearth of imagination about possibilities. It sometimes feels that I've only been to a couple of these assemblies, but they kind of have a similar rhythm, and they have similar solutions. A revolutionary political party that's work controlled, a mass movement, or there's a kind of need to assemble and collaborate further, and it's in the language and the terms we normally understand is familiar. It's sometimes mimicking to some extent the liberation struggle languages, and there's a kind of nostalgia to like how things were done in the past, but then there's also recognition from Tessa and also from Sitembile about the kind of idea of youth and young people's imagination, and how do we begin cultivating that. One of the things, I don't have solutions to any of this, I'm just saying this is the problem that I've been dealing with. One of the things I found quite inspiring though is we recently did some work in Nairobi, and the reason why I mention this is because what we're seeing in South Africa is not something that is alien or exceptional in other African countries, right? There's been state collapses, capture, high inequality, all these things happen into various degrees. And how things have cropped up in other countries, how they've responded, and how they are working to kind of combat these and find alternatives, ones that I could never even imagine, because I think sometimes we get suffocated in our own history and our own context. One of the things in Nairobi we saw is that the informal economy is so huge that every street, whether it's the highway, whether it's the CBDs, are just filled with informal traders, all making them means they have entire wood cutting facilities in the middle of the street, making pulpits, making housing, making all kinds of things, and it's not owned by any private industry. And when you speak to the people about why this is, how did it develop this kind of self-reliant, self-sustaining economy, it's because they say, our government has been failing us for so long. We have never had a kind of basic, like any type of grants that all we've had to do is actually build ourselves. And we were forced into this kind of situation because there were no other options. And so for them, it was almost like the state capture had happened a couple of years back, a decade or so before the collapse already happened. And so they were kind of, their alternatives were found organically out of the realization that, the state, as much as it needs to be held accountable, we can't rely on them to some extent. And I wonder to what extent our imaginations about what's possible, if it's going to be a new movement, what it's going to be, can be drawn from some of the examples we do have locally, from the occupations, from Abahlale, who are actually working with alternative ways of thinking about democracy that's maybe not so familiar to this kind of setting, but they've been doing so much work locally. And I mean, we have a lot of occupations in Cape Town and though in Johannesburg as well. But there's something to be drawn there about the imagination of what's done by people who don't have to rely on donor funding, don't have to rely on the kind of bureaucratic systems that we are used to. And those alternatives, I think, I don't know all of them, but I think there's something inspiring about what the small work that's being done there, and I hope that we can bring those out in terms of how we're thinking about the future. Thanks.
Thanks, man. All right, colleagues, there is never enough time to hear everybody. I would like to apologize formally. I'm sorry, Lenina, for mistaking you for Vivian. I apologize. I am going to close the session, but please, those who didn't have a chance to speak, please carry those thoughts, those energies, those questions into the small engagement groups, which we will move into after lunch. I'm going to ask Jonlyn to come down and explain to us where the various venues are for the smaller groups. A reminder that the groups are split thematically. There is an indication on your program of what the groups are. I will quickly read them out to remind people. So we've got sectoral collaboration, funding the sector, and engaging the state. Those are the 3 engagement sessions that we move into after lunch. So you won't come back here, you'll go straight into the venue of the session that you would like to attend.
Thanks, Nalindi. I am very cognizant of the fact that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll make this incredibly fast. Sectoral collaboration, if you have signed up or if you have not yet signed up but you have every intention of attending that session, will be here in the main auditorium after lunch. And then the second session, funding the sector, also if you've signed up or will be signing up, that will be in conference room 1, which is literally as you exit in the front here to your left. And then the last one for today, engaging the state. You'll have a scenic route right down over here, the passageway. You'll pass some of the artworks, and it will take you to the Bedouin outdoor experience. I feel like I'm enticing people to go to that session. But please go where your passion lies and where you are intentional about making a difference and moving things forward. Thank you.
Please, can you move to the sessions at 2:30, 2:30? 2:30.
Good afternoon. Mkabane, we are sadly missing our provocateur, who's likely gone into a different room. So we're still just trying to locate her. Let's give it a few minutes while I'm getting help in finding Siam and bring her into this room. But I think while we do that, we're here and we have time, and she's going to come and she's going to not lead us into a conversation, but she's going to help us think through it, right? But I think we could start the conversation already, just between ourselves. A lot has been said this morning around collaboration, but I think key theme that came through this morning was that of a need to build radical solidarity, right? And I think we have a moment now to think about what does that look like, right? And perhaps maybe to begin to ask ourselves, what are those things that trip us up and limit us from achieving this vision, or even from defining what this thing of radical solidarity looks like, whether it's radical or leaving solidarity, but this vision that we seem to be talking to this morning. And so, without further ado, Nontando is my name, by the way. I'm the facilitator. I work for an organization that's based in East London, Ephesus, means liberation in Greek, and I was part of the Assembly Organizing Committee. It's a pleasure to be here. Tsepo Madlingosi, Professor Tsepo Madlingosi, is here, and his rapporteur, he's a protesting rapporteur, who, when we get back into plenary, is going to really feed back our conversation into plenary, because the idea is that those people who are in different background rooms at least have a sense of what our conversation was, right? And what we're moving out of here with. All right, now, let me throw it back to the floor while we wait for Siam, and just ask you to think through, to imagine, to speak to this notion of living solidarity, radical solidarity. What does that look like for you? But also just to think through the ways that we have been collaborating, the brilliant case studies that already live and exist within us, but also within our region, right? That we could begin to learn from and pick up from, and that we really use this as a moment to take stuff away. Is she here? Oh, there she is. Okay, cool. All right, so hold that thought. Hold that thought. We're not even going to let her put her back down. Comrade leadership. Amazing leader, this one, who is going to really lead us into a provocative input that is meant to help us think through this. But also, I mean, she's not going to offer solutions to us, because that's not her job. But I think the job is to bring us into the room and bring us into this conversation. So over to you, my darling.
Thank you. Pressure, people, pressure. And then I come late. Anyway. Marsha, you're not going anywhere. Okay, thank you. People, you must probably read the sector review also. And I mean, I'm not going to say a huge amount of issues and challenges that we do have in the sector. I mean, me coming back in 2016, we're all doing obviously some wonderful work, but we continue to work in our silos, and we haven't really come together. Within the women's sector, I do think, you know, with a total shutdown in terms of 2016, we all came together at least, and there's coherency, and, you know, in terms of pushing for the NSP. But the challenge that we're sitting with is that as a social justice sector, what do we see and how do we move forward as a collective? If we want to be able to take, not just take power, or to be able to shift systems, we need to be able to sit by the table as a collective whole. And how do we do that?
All of you are here. And we need to be able to understand how are we going to find the solutions to be able to ensure that there is space for all of us on a regular basis to be able to connect and to be able to see what the challenges are out there and what is on the ground. In addition to that, with the sector, because of the silo approach, we do not have a collective vision, nor do we have a collective strategy to unlock funds from the state or even from different donors for communities. And how do we do that? And these are challenges that we need to be able to look at and see how can we take up the space to be able to collectively use the power to shift systems. In addition to that, with the public interest, we all know, and these are some of the challenges in the sector, coming from the public interest legal organizations. Over the past couple of years, strategic litigation has always been part of it, but we do know it's very expensive. And there has been times that we have left communities behind. We know in terms of the public interest litigation organization now that we cannot leave communities behind when we litigate. And so in terms of the sector, how do we ensure that we don't leave communities behind? But what we have done within the PILOs is to be able to come together, to have a collective vision. It's very limited, but within the legal sector, to be able to push in terms of transformation and to be able to ensure that there is change. So that is also, but how does the PILOs fit into the broader social justice? Because we do come in with, whether or not we are struggling, with much more money than the social movements. And those are the realities that we also need to be able to look at. So within the sector too, we have looked at issues of gender, we have looked at issues of race. And if you look over the past few years, there has been many changes within the organizations in terms of women-led, black-led, but what we haven't spoken about is the class struggles, the issues around the LGBTI, and in addition to that, ableism, etc., etc. We need to be able to go deeper, and how do we use all of those campaigns over the past 5 and 6 years, which is total shutdown, the fees must fall, roads must fall, Zuma must fall, etc., to be able to drive a collective agenda, even though it might be different, different sectors. But we need to be able to have that platform. I'm gonna leave. I know that Seppo, you're also in this, but I think that we need to be able to see how we can use this space to be able to build that collectiveness and unity within this particular sector, wherever we are. And also, more importantly, intergenerational. It's very, very important. We need to be able to build that second layer of activists, that second layer of activist lawyers, whether or not it's in the media, in whatever sector it might be. And we do have a collective responsibility to do that. Also, in addition to the sector, there has been different waves, how we have interacted with the state. But I do, and I think everybody has said this, that we all have a collective responsibility to ensure that the state works for our people and to ensure that there's accountability. I'm going to leave it there. There's a lot more within the sector review. We have addressed these issues. How do we take the lessons and build a collective through the Social Justice Assembly? So thank you, shukran. Hopefully, inshallah, we will find those lessons and we will build power. Thank you. Don't go away. So it does seem like we are talking about this notion of a UDF of sorts, right? Where we're able to build across religious backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, different race groups, different social stratas, and build towards a collective agenda. How do we do that? Where do we start? What are some of the things that we can already see now are likely to trip us up, right? And I think, I'd be excited if we emerged out of this today with a semblance of a collective agenda for change, right? We're building towards this, right? But ours in this room is to imagine the platform, this movement. And so I'm gonna throw it back to the floor, that we tease it out, we engage with it, and see where we end by the end of our time together here. So please just put up your hand, so that we see where we are with this first round of inputs. Thank you again, Comrade Leadership. All right, 1, 2, see your hand, ma'am. I see your hand. 4, can I get a 5th one for this round? Oh, lovely, young person, and thank you. Shall we start with you? Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on a point Mersha made before lunch, that we can't conflate NGOs with mass-based organizations. They're very different animals, both important, both having different roles to play. And if the question is like, what does the new UDF look like? I think the one part of the answer is that NGOs have to be a very small piece of the picture. And I think the most, in my mind, NGOs get donor resources to provide services to the new UDF. So the new UDF is a political space setting an agenda. And in that sense, giving direction and coordination to the NGO sector. I mean, the social justice sector is a very fuzzy concept that theoretically could include unions, churches, CBOs. But if you look at who's in the room today, it's predominantly NGOs. So my first point is that we're a very small slice of the picture that needs to emerge. And I'm wondering if it isn't more useful for us to have a more humble discussion about how do we better coordinate our role as NGOs? How do we have our discussions so that, because we're all aware that these discussions are happening in lots of different spaces, in the trade unions, like unity, unity, unity. I think the NGOs need to participate in the discussion, and it would be useful for us to have a coordinated way of engaging, also because as much as the discussion needs a reflective space of talking, the real answers are going to come in action. So not only to coordinate more reflecting and talking, but also how do we start to find each other programmatically? I can pause there.
Thank you very much. Second hand was, yes, ma'am.
Okay, is my mic on? Okay, my name is Henrietta Abrams, and I'm from an organization called PDF. I also want to just quickly add on. Firstly, I'm a child of the BDF. My first employed job at the UDF, the Political Development Forum. My first employed job was by the UDF, and we had to come and close it down here in, where is it, in Ndebele, we had to come and close it down, so I was part of it. It was a terrible process also. What I think we need to discuss, for me, is we need to discuss the power relations as well. right? Between the haves and the don't haves, be it within civil society as a whole, with NGOs, with social movements or whatever, right? Funders also, we have to discuss that within the sector because we are not all equal within the sector as it is. We have situations where organizations, including NGOs, comes with their directives. And this is what our program for the year is going to be. And then we, people in communities and organizations and social movements, have to fill up the buses and the taxis to fulfill your tick boxes for your funders, right? So we need to go there. I liked what young lady said, I'm all about the revolution. We need to start mobilizing. We need to get our act together, and the actions and decisions have to be bottom up. I'm all about that. But we cannot go back to our organizations and say, this is the direction. We can't give the line there. That must come from the bottom. Another thing, for instance, so we had the July convention, we had the November, and today. So even that in terms of funding, funder organizations, driving some processes and so forth, whereas we could have pulled if we came together as civil society, being mandated by our people. Those of us who have members being mandated, right? And saying this is the move. So everybody within civil society, as well as the funders and their back funders, this is what South Africa have decided their program is going to be for the next 3 years. Then we have to look at how do we all contribute to that vision and in action that vision. So it's about also that having to go inward, looking inside of ourselves, where we're at, how do we operate, and all of those things. We have to have that honest discussions and make the necessary adaptations in our organizations and movements where it's necessary. For the most part, for me, I think that within social movements coming, it is important that we don't. When it comes to sectors, I look at Makua, Mavua, Yamua. I know Wendy, Ubuntu Rural. So we're organizing women in BDF also. We organize women, we organize youth. We try to that intersectionality, the intergenerational, the passing on of the baton, the grooming of new leaders. It's happening. That should be in our DNA as activists. And we have to start working there. But we also have directors for life, chairpersons for life, and all of those things. So we don't do the necessary proper succession planning and true building of new youthful leadership that's going to take over, because we want to keep onto this little seat, because this seat is where my money is coming. And that should not be the case. We must work ourselves out of positions. That, comrades, that is very important. We must work ourselves out of positions. We must let the youth come through. We must let the women's voices come through. We need to organizationally see it as important to our issues should not only be, if we work in the land issue, in the land sector, it should not only about, so how does it affect youth? How does it affect the women? How does it affect our aged and our disabled? And how does it affect our queer comrades, right? So that is the way to go. So I somehow, sometimes I feel that we've been saying a lot of things for a lot of years, and when it comes to the work, then we don't. The last issue that's really, really sitting with me is we all want to fly around the country and the continent and the globe to go to conferences and all of those things, and we want to be the goons, the experts. And when it comes to the hard work, when it comes down to going to the trenches, then some of our comrades here are sitting in bars and in restaurants and wherever, whereas some of us have to lay and hold people in our communities day in and day out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for, wow, I found that to be really like one of those that force you to also reflect, right? Personally reflect, so thank you. Where was the third hand? Was it you, Enzio? Oh, it was over there? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Loiso John. I'm from the Market for a Workshop, which is basically a photography school, but I'm a photographer in practice. And yeah, I think like everybody has said, I've been in similar seminars, summits, conference, and purely because of the practice of visual arts as an instrument to communicate, to create language, and so forth and so forth. So within those years, it has created community voices, it has created community intervention, it has engaged in social issues. And from the practice, and I think some of the panel speakers, I think it was Marcia, earlier on, spoke about the job. And I think the language has to change and it has to be the practice. We have to practice what we say. And I think we've written, we've read, we've regurgitated, we've resaid it, we've revised it so many times. But can we practice what we say? And I think just from photography, the experience has been that where youth has been a critical point where everybody thinks photography is funky, it's cool, we got it on cell phones, you do. But the language of images dating back to 76, Fees Must Fall, to COVID, where some pictures were empty, where I think the language of solidarity came together, where we all came together to an invincible virus that suddenly disappeared into the sky. So for me, it's how do we create, and I think Sihem has mentioned, the safe space of sharing ideas and tools to make those ideas be realized. Let it be through failure, let it be through preference, and I'm going to use the word preference as in difference, whereas from somebody who knows how to speak English to Portuguese to Zulu, Venda, and so forth. Let us accommodate tolerance to the languages, and I think that's one part. And then there's the issue of funding, where in the years that I've been, which is almost like 20 years, our main ways of sustaining photography was through funding, was through bringing cameras here and just experience the conversations. And that is not just an experience, but that is us putting the image and saying, hey, we are photographing social justice, and this is what it means. Hey, we are photographing Codesa, this is what it means. Hey, we are photographing the Shell House, this is what it means. And those images, they come up, they become information, and which I think what is lacking in our funding is information dispensation. We are not teaching our people the right things. We are teaching them to steal money. We should be teaching them how to use it to sustain not only the current, but the future too. We are all about to go into a threat of recessions. And a little child, I wanted to use a very bad word, but a little child would ask, what happened to the money? When you're taking the money and putting it into the bank and then it comes back and you put it in the bank, does it ever disappear? And how do you explain those things to even a particular youth? And I'm referencing to that because the youth doesn't understand how to use money. They think it's for a salary, they think it's for fashion. And I'm not trying to discredit all the trades and other sectors, but I'm saying our funding structures is just to make money. It's not to create sustainability. Can we consider sustainable funding strategies that will equip skills, not salaries, skills, that our youth and our elders that I'm hearing from here would like to impact skills that are going to be continuous. Yes, as much as our history has been daunted with horrible events, it has shown us resilience as South Africa. We are still smiling. We haven't gone into a genocide. We haven't considered even that. But we are coming here to make solutions, not only for our own pockets, but for humanity and for our country. And then I just wanted to speak the last part about litigation. And in our engagement with photography, we've worked through, I think, the Legal Empowerment Network's strategy, which is a legal representation. How do we create resources that would educate people with legal practices, with legislations, with litigations? And I think similar campaigns, similar ideas have been used before when we had the pandemic of HIV, where sex education was something that we needed to start and engage into. And look, we've managed to take down the rate of how many people are dying through that education. So those are my 3 parts there and comments that I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ntio?
So mine is, I think, maybe a bit more practical in nature. I'm wondering about the way that we organize. I think it's been said several times over that we do need the distinction between NGOs and social movements. I think that's imperative in this conversation. But I wonder then what it means just in terms of geographic representation and reach when the majority of the NGOs and social movements are seated in 2 or 3 provinces in the country. What does it mean for representation when we are from Gauteng, the Western Cape, and KZN alone? What does it do for the other provinces that need equal engagement, that are part of the millions of people in this country that are not being reached by our work? I did want to make a recommendation about funding. Those of you who know me know that I've been working in donor spaces, and the thing that drove me there from civil society was I wanted to know what was happening on the other side of the coin. What it turns out is that donors largely set the agenda that NGOs adhere to. And that, like our colleague said, that agenda then is carried through from the NGOs to social movements. But if we try and invert that model, and we are led by social movements, we may come up with different solutions because that's not how we've worked. We've ordinarily gone with the donor agenda through our NGOs to implement the donor agenda in our communities. And then we are extractive when it comes to that donor agenda because we want to report for further funding. What would it look like, for instance, if there was a percentage that NGOs had to put aside that was only for the use of social movements? Because social movements, by their very nature, as we've seen, I think the report alludes to that, is that social movements do not organize themselves in the same way as NGOs do, and there is the desire to make uniform the way that we organize ourselves, but that uniformity is not going to work in social movements. Social movements have different structures to NGOs, and that's the reason that these 2 entities should be treated differently to one another. When we hear or when we learn that public interest litigation organizations are sitting with the lion's share of donor funding, I wonder if a challenge cannot be put to Pylos to say, because you are sitting with the lion's share, you should equally be speaking back to the donors that are giving you this money, saying that we refuse as the largest part, the blue chip NGOs, the ones that are sitting with the lion's share of the funding, to adhere to an agenda that is not set by the people that we serve. I think that's where we're missing a critical part of the puzzle. But beyond that, we don't have a minimum agenda. And that minimum agenda is something that is killing us because of the siloed approach to the work. Because we've got our own interests as NGOs, I say that working in an NGO and from an NGO myself, because we've got our agendas that we're trying to push in our NGOs, what ends up happening is that we focus on our issue and our issue alone, and when other issues get brought to us, we turn them away. Whereas if we had a minimum agenda that everyone was adhering to that was collectively agreed upon, it would not detract from the work that we were doing, but we could allocate and apportion time and resources to that minimum agenda such that we meet, collaborate, converse with one another, and carry out that agenda, ideally on an annual basis. But in order to do that, we have to go back to the structure. We have to go back to where people are sitting. If we are only representative of 3 provinces, what business do we have speaking on behalf of the social justice sector?
Interesting. Yes, my dear. Oh, yeah, I've never spoken on one of these. I firstly just want to affirm that I feel so reflected by what's already been said in this. I think because I think I'm better versed to speak from a collaborative perspective, and I think the word itself, collaboration, really works well within action. I think it makes better sense to talk or think about collaboration when we're very clear about actions. And I mean, this is for me an example from an artist's perspective who is working in research and looking at that issue of language I'm from Food Agency Cape Town. We do co-research in communities where we ask questions about food. So the one major question was, okay, so we have this research, but we're saying that we want to change the way that we do research within communities and create knowledge with communities. And the one major issue became the language, because there's the language of the academic, and it also speaks a lot to even the language of donors and whatnot, but anyway. And I came in with this perspective of an artist who's got this background in language and who looks at language from a multimodal perspective, and I want to reinforce what my brother at the back was saying about photography, was saying about the role of art, not just in, you know, we can even link it to social movements and how instrumental arts, the theater in South Africa, the poetry, song, you know, it's ways that we express ourselves, it's ways that can permeate beyond a lot of boundaries that are set by language. And I think in being intentional about language and being specific into how to do that, an example would be taking a piece of document, putting together artists and saying, here, interpret, respond in a way that people will understand. How intentional are we on action? Because the issues that, and maybe this is obvious, not obvious, but issues in people's lives are not sectoral. They are not separate. You don't wake up and deal with hunger now, and then it's all happening at the same time. How do we intentionally create those actions, and in ways that we can use the skills in this room, we can use the skills, because kids are using phones, kids are reading. We talk about a literacy problem, kids are reading, they're just not reading the same way. So, yeah.
Very, very interesting. So what I'm hearing is this conversation and the difference and the distinction that we need to make between NGOs and social movements, right? And I thought it was interesting, the comment on this big thing that we are imagining. NGOs are and should be just a tiny piece of that big thing. And yet in this room, or in this space, right, all of us, the plenary, we're predominantly NGO. So in here, we are the small piece of the stuff that we imagine. And so how do we connect with the others who aren't in this room, but who we think have an integral part and a bigger part to play in the thing that we are imagining, right? And so I thought it was interesting, this thing about agenda setting and how we claim back the agenda. We claim it back from the donors, we claim it back from whoever else has taken over the agenda setting for us, right? What does that look like when we take the lead in setting the agenda and then we say to others, this is our agenda. Your money must come in service of this agenda. What would that look like, right? And I'm hoping that we'll begin to do a little bit of that here. And then that notion of geographic representation, I thought it was an important one to surface here, right? Who is being left behind? And what impact does that have, right? As we build and as we build solidarity and as we build to move together, who's moving and who's being left behind? I thought it was an important question. So we're going next round. There were hands. Number 1, number 2. Okay, so please keep your numbers. So number 1, Mark, you number 2. Alana, you number 3. Was your hand up? Okay, your hand was not up. Okay, let's go. Meshia, you number 3. Zoe, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, wait, 6. So we're going to come back for another round. Please, keep your hand. We're going to come back for another round. Okay, let's go. What was that, number 1? There you are, sir.
No, thanks. I'm Solanga Mlambo from Section 27, and I'm based in Limpopo. Mine is around the issue of creating the database for all the organizations that wants to form part of the social justice. And we need to know where they are operating, who are their members, so that we can understand whether they are young people, also there are people with disabilities, and of which more than 50% it has to be women, because we want to empower women. That one we need to know, because unless we know that, we will still doing our work in silos. So number 2, it reminds me about one of the kind of the meeting like this. Mark, you will remember, where we spoke about funding pool. The aim it was to make sure that we don't allow any enemy to come and distract us using the name of funds. But if we have the pool where each and every money that will be coming, we just throw it in that pool so that we can use it in time of a need. After realizing that the funding is shrinking, and even now, the funding is also continuing shrinking. Some organizations have died now, some are going to die because of funds. And then number 3, is also the issue of identifying common issues that is affecting our communities. As much as I understand, some organizations are not membership-based, but all of us, we are fighting against one thing. We are saying we represent the voice of voiceless. So we need to identify those key issues, and we make sure that together we empower also the community so that they can able to stand for themselves. I'll give an example. As Section 27, we empower communities around SRHR, around Know Your Constitution. So, but there are areas where we receive some calls and complaints, and we don't have anyone who can work and assist those members from that community or that area. But if we are collaborated, we know there is this social justice organization, or there is this organization from this area. So we are able to assist our communities in a better way. And it will be faster compared to where we don't know where actually to go. Because to refer, it's something else, but you need also to refer where you have a collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's Mark Hayward. I want to build a little bit on what Solanga said and just talk to this issue of NGOs and social movements and the distinction between the two. And I just want to say that, a number of years ago, I was director of NGOs. I was first the AIDS Law Project and then Section 27. But my approach in those years as the director was always that one of the most important things that NGO had to do was to build the power of the social movement, and in our case, the treatment action campaign. Because we realized that whilst within an NGO you might have lawyers, you might have academics that can do research, you might be able to generate information and evidence. One thing that NGOs don't have is power. Governments don't respond to evidence unless there is power behind that evidence. What social movements do have or are capable of having is power. But we have to work together to build the power of the social movement. And we always used to say to the lawyers in the AIDS Law Project and Section 27, you must follow the leadership of the social movement. You must support the agenda that is defined by the social movement, not recruit the social movement to support your agenda. Because the social movement has its feet on the ground, it has its feet in communities and so on. And I think that is just critical for, really for every NGO. Because the danger of NGOs is they're very easy to co-opt. They play a very, very important role, undoubtedly, but they get co-opted into the elite. And they get cushy with medical aid schemes, pension funds, nice salaries, etc., and they talk continually about our constituency as the poor, but there's a huge social distance between the NGO and that constituency, and more these days, sometimes there's not any contact at all, which is why, you know, listening to the really important comments that I've heard, I think that we shouldn't just be critiquing, saying there's a problem. We should be making proposals. I think we should be proposing in a conference like this. I don't have a figure, but I think we should be saying, okay, NGOs, we would like every NGO to be working with a social movement. We would like every NGO to be spending 40% of its time or something, I'm just giving you a figure, working in a community, in a poor community. Not just the researchers, the leaders of the NGOs. They need to go into those spaces and understand what is going on. And if we say something like that, then we can start to shape the way the donors look at this issue. And I would also say, as was suggested by a comrade down at the front, that, you know, NGOs should help to fund social movements. You know, we should be saying, can we take a proportion of the income of an NGO and give it to a social movement so that we are sure that that movement has access to resources? So those are just some of the things I think would help to, you know, to restore this balance, but in particular to build power, because my worry all of the time now is that we have so much skill, so much capability, so much diversity, so much talent, so much possibility within the social justice sector. But one thing we do not have is power. And that's why we're losing all of the time. And that's why inequality is growing and people are getting poorer and poorer and poorer. So it's how do we build that power that for me is a critical question. Thanks.
You raise very important questions there, Mark. But I want to challenge us also in the room, right? Up to now, when we talk about social movements, we seem to be talking about issue-based movements. And I want to challenge us to imagine, is that me? Maybe not? Okay. I want us to imagine building across issues, right? Looking and lifting our gaze beyond the sectoral or the issue-based kind of movements that up to now and in response to a need, right, that up to now we've had. Because in my mind, listening to the conversation this morning, it seems to be calling us to lift our gaze beyond just the issues and the siloed issues that our work, or the ways that our work is organized. And so, yes, I do think that we need to support social movements, right? But I do think also in this room, we need to begin to lift our gaze and look beyond just issue-based movements and ask ourselves, how do we build this movement that works across different issues and that works across different space and that works in different ways? Is that possible? And if that is possible, what does it call for of us at this time? Right, so number 4, was that? Okay, Marcia?
So I agree with a lot of what the previous speakers have said, and I think the points Mark has raised are very critical, and it's a good starting place to build on. But I want to, for the purpose of this conversation in this room and this meeting, and I might be wrong and the chair must guide me. What we can do today and tomorrow, at best, is to agree or consider agreeing that there is a need for NGOs to cohere and to collaborate and to build a platform, for the lack of another word. That's what we can do. Because, or make it as a proposal, and we, the individuals, must go back to their organizations and come with a mandated position to say yes. That's what this house and this platform can do. What this platform, in my view, cannot do, and that's where Henrietta is going. We cannot, in this room, talk on behalf of mass organizations, social movements like that. They are not here, and so we don't have the mandate to make that decision. It must be another forum and another space that we must create and build. Together we can do that in different ways with those movements in the forefront. Otherwise, we are going to be in a place where we are, again, doing substituting for the voice of the popular movements and the working classes and the poor in this country. So I think we must separate the issues. And today have a proposal, even from this. I'm happy to put that as a proposal here, that we, the NGO sector, wara, we want to, we think it's necessary to find a space to build a platform, and we can decide on what, but we can go for mandates and come back. That's as far as I think this house can go.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcia. We're making note of that because in accordance to our program, there will be space for a declaration at the end of this, right? And so it seems to me like that's the space where we then will land some of our proposals to be taken forward. Thank you. Number 4.
I think that was me, yeah. I don't know if there's still space for an imaginative exercise that we were speaking about earlier, about what this actually looks like. And I think a lot of people have spoken about the practical nature of it, and we've spoken about, I guess, how it's distributed right now in different provinces, right? Even funding as well, we had the same kind of conversation. And this is not me with my NGO hat on. This is me now in this imaginative exercise asking, these questions, but specifically focused on the rural context, because that is kind of where I'm, the work that I'm currently doing is based. But at the same time, it's important to consider that if we're thinking of building power and if we're thinking of building social movements, right? But what does that look like in the rural context, right? Like where we're based currently in the very deep rural Eastern Cape, we're so far away from access. We're so far away from access to justice, to power, all of these things that we speak about in these spaces. So when we imagine what a sort of collective social movement would look like, or a new UDF, or whatever we want to term it or call it. What does it look like for people in rural areas? And in a practical sense, let's like paint the picture, right? Are we willing to consider our context to the point where we will distribute funding to get rural people to a particular point where there's people on the streets? Because let's imagine that people in rural areas want to be on the streets, want to have, you know, voices heard. I mean, we're obviously all doing a lot of work around that and getting people to that point, but let's imagine that we wanted to, right? Are we in this room considering how we would make that happen at the end of the day? How are we going to do that? Practically speaking, are we going to transport people from rural areas? Or are we going to bring these, you know, conversations and and access to power and access to, you know, things that we've spoken about here? Like, are we going to bring that to rural areas? Are we going to consider the historical nature of that? You know, those are the types of questions that are kind of running in my mind now as somebody who's now based in a rural context. It's not as easy as saying, we're all just going to be on the streets, you know, we'll all just go to the streets. And I think those are the important things we need to consider when we're embarking on this imaginative exercise. But I do agree that we can only go so far here in this space. But if we did have to imagine that, we need to be intentional, you know, about addressing those kind of issues. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Zoe. Number 5. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good day, colleagues. And my name is Lebogang Kobela from Ratli FM in the Northwest. And I'm also representing Northwest Civil Society Forum in the media sector. So the issue of collaboration, I think, is very important as we gathered here as different stakeholders or organization or institution, I can say that. So I'm gonna touch on media in collaboration because I never heard anyone talk about it. So earlier you spoke about how do we get target people, like how do we get millions of people to hear about this content that we are having now. I think in South Africa, in 9 provinces, we have 251 local radio stations, and all of them are non-profit organizations, are NPO as well, and not excluding national radio stations, we do have them as well as commercial radio stations. I think as well as we have local TV, commercial TV, and national TV. Let us bring this content to different platforms like media platform so that we do advocacy, so we do education to the society, to our target people or target groups. And I think as well as newspapers and online newspapers, forgot them. So I think our mandate as radios and TVs are common according to the ICASA regulations to bring information to the society, do advocacy, and to our target group, as I said earlier. So we have different programs in radio stations and TV. We need to bring the very same content that we are having now, live on radios, live on TVs, so that we know where are we going, and leading the conversation, bringing the conclusion as well. I think I can say that let us try to create programs in radios. I think once a week or twice a month. In the Northwest, we have what you call Northwest Radio Hub. All local radio stations in Northwest, we collaborate and we work with different stakeholders or a department or a local organization within our areas. So if we can work like that, we'll know where are we standing or where are we going. And as well as, and if you can see during COVID-19 pandemic, media play a big role by giving information to the society. If media was not there, or no television or radio, I think no one gonna be here in the world. Only 2 or 3, I don't know who's gonna be lucky. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So from that round, there was number 6. Oh, sorry. You go number 6.
So I want to just firstly apologize because my brain is quite messy at the moment. I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but there's a lot of just stuff I'm trying to digest. And the kind of stuff I'd like to put in the room now, I'm actually saying quite loudly to myself as well, because I can feel this urge within myself as well to try and figure this out and to make it neat and look tidy. But I think we're going to have to accept that it's going to be messy. And I think we're going to have to build our tolerance to be able to work within a space that's not always going to be neat and packaged in a tidy way. And I think there are moments where we will work well and it will be clear, and there'll be moments maybe it won't be. And that's why I'm beginning to think that it's within myself and maybe others as well. Let's begin to accept that things are going to be messy. I think it just is. And I've listened today and I've heard, for example, a few times the stuff about we work in silos. And I know that is true, and other people have said we've come together like this before in other ways over many years. And I'm thinking, I also think we're going to have to be a bit patient and a bit more generous with ourselves, because I know we've done this a lot, but I do feel every time I walk away, walk away with a little bit more clarity. I've learned a little bit more. As we acknowledge that these things take time, I think we also need to acknowledge that it takes time to build. And so, yes, we must be critical and we must push ourselves, but I also think we mustn't feel despondent if we feel like we're not moving, because I do think we are moving. So I think for me, those are the two things I'm sitting with right now, is the messiness of it, but also some generosity towards ourselves for the incredible work and the painstaking work and that this takes to build. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that you brought into the room the notion of generosity, right? Because oftentimes we do become hard and impatient with ourselves in these conversations. And I think because also the crisis is so urgent and requires an urgent response of us, so it feels like we just don't have the luxury of thinking and faffing around, for want of a better word. So with the last round that we're going to bring in, I'm not sure how we're doing with time. 4, okay. We got half an hour still. So I'm imagining if I were to land myself in this imaginary space. So I'm imagining different streams of water, not quite connected, not quite interlinked, all very useful, right? All serving a really, really good purpose, different streams nonetheless. And what we're trying to do is to, first connect the streams, and secondly, it is to direct and channel the streams such that they contribute to a building of the river Noncedo was referring to. And so ultimately, we're all envisioning a river that's going to grow wide, that's going to grow deep, but we're recognizing that currently we possibly could just be different streams strewn in different places, serving good purposes, and perhaps maybe we need to connect and should be connecting those streams if the river is what we're ultimately imagining. We've spoken about the other organizing that's happening. We've spoken about the agenda that's emerging in those spaces and how we're not connecting the agenda into one formidable agenda for change, right? Whether it's a social justice agenda, and imagining, therefore, what our role within that bigger agenda is. And I'm going to invite now this panel, and I'm really not giving you a big task. Yeah, if you can't, feel free to revert back to whatever your initial input was. But can we get ourselves into a place that begins to imagine what that could look like, what it calls of us, right? But also begin to think about, where do these other spaces that we need to connect with sit? How do we connect with them? And how do we build together And I think moving out of those 2 days without one, recognizing that we are a small part of the bigger story, but also I think the next step is then asking ourselves, how do we connect with the bigger piece, wherever the bigger piece sits, or the pieces sit? I think for me is the next logical question that we need to ask ourselves. So I'm ready now to receive hands. One, no, I need to start this side. The hands I had not picked from the side. You're number 1, ma'am. Comrade number 2. Number 3, comrade. Number 4, Sis Emily. Number 5 and number 6. And my brother, you'll be number 7. I haven't left anyone out of that room, right? Okay. Let me start us off.
Okay, my name is Catherine. I'm from Justice for Minors. So we're in several regions in South Africa, and that's Free State and Eastern Cape, and in Lesotho and in Botswana. So most of the work that we have is chapters based in those areas, and then myself and Bishop Sioko, who sit in Johannesburg, and the project manager in Cape Town. So just responding to your thoughts around how do we come together. So one of my thoughts was, I think also as the sector, what's been called for is some understanding of how the operations work, whether you're an NGO or a campaign or a movement. Maybe one of the possibilities is that we should also be holding ourselves accountable and each other, which is kind of what some people were saying already, that if you're not on the ground, how can you be representing, or how are those people that you're supposedly representing able to voice their issues, their concerns, their ideas, their movement? So I was thinking on a sort of just throwing out there, if one was to develop an app which incorporates all social movements, all NGOs, including radio stations, independent press, for which all NGOs, all movements have access to each other in a very consolidated space. So if you want to put information out there, for example, I think I'm basing this on the needs of our movement, our NGO, our campaign. For example, right now, there's a big outreach to pay compensation to ex-miners in KZN. Now, I know I've just spoken to some people here, they don't know about this. Now, you're talking about compensation that can be anything up to R500,000 to people in rural areas of KZN, and which will then go further into other areas of Southern Africa, right across SADC. So we, as a campaign, hold those bodies accountable, Department of Health, CMSO Trust, Department of Labour, to do this work correctly. But if they're not getting the information out there, that there are millions, they say 500,000 people who can apply, who probably are eligible to apply for this workman's compensation. But we believe it's even more than that. But they are not going to do a lot of work to get that done so that people can be processed and put their claims in. So if I had as a representative of Justice for Minors, can go into the app and say, Eastern Cape, this is what's happening in Eastern Cape next week. Please make sure all your members who think that they may be eligible for this compensation go and apply. I can put it out there. And that would be really useful. It would be very useful then also for the independent radio stations to pick up on that information, know that it's the correct information, and put it out there so people can go and avail themselves for compensation. Because people are not getting this information. They're not getting it, even, I have to say, even through the radio stations, they're not getting that information, either because the radio stations haven't been informed, because they're independent, they're not part of the sort of 5 big TV radio stations, and yet they are the ones that are on the ground, and those are the radio stations that are being listened to, because they're mostly in the correct language of the area, and for many reasons, as we know. So I think a central place, I'm thinking an app mainly because that's the language we're speaking right now in the digital world, but it's only really available to those few of us who have access to these things, and the people in the rural areas who we're supposedly assisting don't have access to these things. And even if they do, they won't have money for data, they won't have perhaps a signal in their area or whatever. As the lady was speaking about from Eastern Cape, that's our experience as well. So in the case of this compensation, most of the people that we know don't know about it, even in the Eastern Cape. And we, on a daily basis, informing people of their rights to compensation. So anyway, that was one of the points that going on now, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I actually thought, I also didn't know. So that's interesting to hear and know. And also just speak to this notion of connectivity, right? And connecting information. But yeah, it would be interesting when we look at the safety side of it, right? Because through an app, repression would find us in one pot. Yeah, so interesting though, however. Comrade.
Thank you. Just apologies. Before we went to lunch, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kenneth. I'm from an organization called Housing Assembly in Western Cape. And it's precisely because, I'm going to reference my own organization, Housing Assembly, so much that I forgot to introduce myself, or remember that I forgot. So first I want to say that in Housing Assembly, we are practically a collaboration movement, a united front type movement, in which we are working with people, backyard dwellers, we are working with people in informal settlements, we are working with people in badly built RDP houses, and also people in private and public rental housing. So the organization itself is just one big collaboration. And then when the discussions earlier, talking about the common ground, finding a common ground for us to work together. And the first thing that comes to mind is that I think we need to rethink what we mean by common ground. And all of the time when we say common ground, the first thing that we think, one demand towards something or one specific campaign towards something, rather than, like for me, the perfect example of this morning's opening session of the prayer session. That for me was a perfect example of common ground, in which the ground itself was the common ground, right? It was many different religions, but they have given that space to articulate in their different languages, what they think would be best, to bless their own, to what comes out of it. So in the same sense, we need to think of common ground like that just the ground in which everyone can come together and express to them what are the issues that are burning, what are the issues that need, attention immediately. Secondly, comrades, I want to challenge this notion of us working in silos. I don't think we are working in silos, comrades. I think we are working in competition, comrades. We are competing for the recognition of the state. That is why it's hard to let other people lead some of the campaigns that even we come up with. For example, I feel, in my own opinion, that NGOs, kind of like as service organizations, they remove themselves from the struggle, all right? Say, no, we are only a service organization, you are the grassroots people, you need to take forward the sector. But yet you are part of the sector, you are part of, you get your funding for exactly this struggle. So we need not to stress too much on the differences between NGOs and social movements, because we know that NGOs, they have staff, they are not membership-based. Some of them have campaigns, but social movements are membership-based. Some of the campaigns, they are not their own, are NGO-based campaigns. Some, are spontaneous struggles, which you call issue-based. But I don't think that's the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that NGOs right now are occupying the intellectuals of the struggle position.
They are the ones who know what must be done, what should be done, what shouldn't be done. So because of that, I feel they shouldn't remove themselves from the struggle. They are as much part of the struggle as the grassroots social movements are. Thirdly, I'm going to try and run very quickly, comrades. We really need to look into the question of demobilization, comrades. After 1994, the disbandment of UDF, the establishment of SANCO, the political parties that are taking over now, we need to look at the question of demobilization. Communities are no longer expressing their agency themselves. There's always someone fighting on behalf of the people, the people, the people. And lastly, comrades, as an organization, we've always had the problem of universal demands versus particular issues. At some point, Housing Assembly were organizing in 25 areas. Right now, we are only organizing in 15. Because some of these areas, they've fallen off of the radar because they feel like some of their key demands are no longer met because now we are only concentrating on this universal that will seek out and be helpful for everyone. And I mean, we have to look at these things because they are both, ideological as well as practical. So we need to find new ways of organizing, find new ways of funding. The philanthropy also must stop, comrades. Philanthropy is not working because we are just burning cash, comrades. Right now, I'm staying in a room where I can fit my whole shack into it, and it's only the sleeping room. And we talk about, not creating people who would recreate this system. Then what are you telling me as a person who comes from an informal settlement and then to come and talk such important discussions, with the very same luxuries that we are fighting for the rich not to have and for us, not to have and they have. So if I would get the opportunity now to be a councillor, wouldn't I do the same, short as some? Okay.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you so much for that. I want to turn to this side. Yes, ma'am.
One, two. Thank you very much. My name is Wendy Pakir and I'm from Ubuntu Rural Women and Youth Movement. I'm just sitting here and listening to everybody and, there's so many things that cross my mind and I'm thinking of all the formations that was and the attempts for movement building and, where people started off very energetic and there's nothing left now. And I agree with the notion that this is not a quick fix thing. Today we say we have something and tomorrow there's something going. It's going to take a lot of hard work just to conceptualize, to think it through, to co-create. We speak a lot about co-creation. It's not somebody thinking it out at somewhere else. It's all of us coming together, and I heard people say that a lot of people are not in the space. I actually think we need a space just for social movements, where people can craft out what are the issues, what are the demands, how would people like to take this forward? And then the NGOs have a similar process. Perhaps the donors have their own process. And then we have the coming together of the different structures. I do find with structures or with formations and structures, there are lots of power issues. When you put grassroots people in the room and you put academia in the room, there's challenges, there's power challenges. And we always say, whose knowledge count? We all have knowledge. We all bring knowledge into the room. That's a fact. And we should respect each other's knowledge. I also say when the researchers come into communities, they won't have a research report if the community didn't give them information, to write up their research report or their PhD or whatever kind of degree people are studying towards. There's also a lot of examples of organizations where NGOs were supporting social movements, and I don't think it's ever been written up. There is a lot of stories where there was attempts to build movements, and I agree that the NGOs have You know, as the social movements, we've got a lot of social currency. We've been doing this work for years and often without funding and money, with costs. Because you go home as a mother and you don't have bread to put on the table. And yet everybody applaud you and salute you for the amazing work you do, but your children don't have food on the table. There's an inequality there. There's an injustice there. And yet we speak about fighting injustice. And there's so many things I can say, but I think we must start unraveling this. You know, we must talk about these deep-rooted things. And if we get that out of the way, I think then we can move somewhere. The issue of maize, and maize has been fed to communities, GMOs. We don't speak about it because it's not an issue affecting people who have money. You go into Woolworths, you get your organic food, you get your free-range chicken. The poor goes into ShopRite and get brine chicken, and then all the illnesses come because the food we eat is not even healthy. I can just think of all the things that we should actually be taken up, but we're not taking it up. Day Zero was a perfect example. When the water crisis came and it affected the middle class, then we had an uprising in Cape Town. But people in the Northern Cape and Eastern Cape had drought for years and nothing happened. Can you see? So if we can look at that inequalities and not be selective in our struggles as well, I really think we can start from somewhere, from the premise that our struggles, you know, the struggles should unite us, but we should define the how and so forth, yeah. But we need our separate spaces where we can craft out, and then we come together, and then, of course, everybody's going to come from their viewpoints, and then we try to find the common ground. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Wendy, for that. I've particularly enjoyed your point, you know, centering in this conversation about the cost of doing this work. Yeah, and that movement building, or this agenda that we're trying to set and work towards is actually really going to be quite costly. And I thought that just being mindful of the cost of it all was interesting. But obviously, I thought that we could also take that into plenary, this notion of a need for creating different spaces in which different conversations could take place, and then emerging and coming together at a certain point and have a robust conversation about what therefore emerges as the one rallying vision. How's Emily?
Thank you, Chair. So much has been said, but I have few things here. I just make bullet points. If we need the steam engine train to move, we need all resources, all muscles. Firstly, you need a person who will dig the coal, somebody to deliver the coal to the train. You need the guard. You need a person who will make the fire. And you need somebody to get water. And you need that water to make steam. So all this making fire, getting wood, getting the coal to make the boiler. You need the boiler maker also in the train. And then the water will start boiling at over 100 degrees Celsius. Then you will see some steam coming. Then the engine will say, boop, push, shoo. Then it moves up the mountain, pulling the carriage now. So this is what we are here as an assembly. We need every person's intellectual property, so that the movement, the social justice movement, I will call it a movement, that we are imagining, will have all the forces, all the powers. If you come with your legal interpretation, we have it within the movement. If you come with your academia sense, the jargon language, we have it in the movement. We have grassroots people. There is expertise within the communities down there. I'm staying in a community and I'm working with the community. I'm not working for them. I'm working with the community. I know the issues down there. I know about the drought. I know what and who. People are multi-skilled. What are we doing with that? I'm coming to the issue of social movements and NGOs. As social movements, we need NGOs. We need their part of facilitation. To facilitate that they see that we get resources, we get capacitated, they can access, they can bring to us. If we need, I'm giving an example, because we don't have lawyers in our movement, we go to you, we go to the other pool, and we say, can you get us pro bonos or lawyers who know about this issue? And then we get them from the pool. So if we go out and outsource, isn't that going to cost us a lot? We used to do things from our pockets. We used to move without getting any cent. You know, the spirit of volunteerism, it's a gift, and also I can say, you know, it's a creation. You win at the end of the day, you become experience of other things. But if you don't volunteer and say, is there money, is there food when I come to your workshop? You won't win at the end of the day. But if you say, I have the passion of seeing that person being fed, of seeing that person not being sick, then you will see we will win as a society. And the second issue is, are we understanding what is a social movement? Have we got clear concept in our minds? And what is an NGO and their roles? So what, as a movement, we need everybody. We say you cook the big soup. You know, the granny would throw anything, little bit of leftovers, mincemeat, carrots, whatever she comes across in the cupboard, puts in, and it's a nice broth at the end of the day. Then I have an issue of how do we penetrate to our constituencies down there. Somebody spoke, I thank you, it's Wendy, I think, about if the people don't give you information as a researcher, will there be a research report? None. Because you have to penetrate. How do you go down there? There must be a local, organized little nyana group or structure that as you come out, you come to assist them, then, or maybe you need assistance too, they are there to be open to tell you the stories and give you. So who is the person who should be there? And who is the person up there? NGO, social movement office, what have you, and the people down there, focal points, and us who stay with the people. You know, you are in between. And how do you give feedback? We are here. Are we going to just go back home and keep silence and take whatever you gave me and put it in my cupboard or what have you? And I'm ashamed if I can tell you a little bit of something. We give people papers and everything. I'm finishing. Everything to go and read and do whatever at home. You see those papers in the pit toilet. Hello. Then we are here because we are mandated to be ears, eyes, and mouth of the people down there. We are not here on our own. And please, people, let's be one nation. Let's build this rainbow nation. We used to do it. So let's do it. We used to come together. We come from afar. We build the National Land Committee. We build this. We build this. So today, why can't we do it? Revive that spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our family. I'm going to come to you there at the back.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ona Machaya. I think my input probably comes from a young person's perspective, a bit naive maybe, probably. I just want to understand, how can we effectively collaborate without infringing on our values, so to say? I'll make a typical example. Let's say I see your social movement or organization is doing amazing things, and I feel like they are doing the work that the people need. But I look at the things that your organization stands for, And I'm like, I cannot probably associate myself with that, but you doing the work that needs to be done. Can I then divide myself and my politics and say, okay, I will collaborate with you because you are doing what needs to be done and it's serving the people. Never mind that it speaks against the politics that I believe in. Because, for example, you see that there's an NGO, it's very capitalist, or movement, very capitalist, but it's doing the work that the people need. Now, how do I then divorce myself and say, okay, I'll support this, we'll collaborate and we'll do something. Never mind that it speaks against the politics that I believe in and that I think should be serving the people. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's my question. Can we divorce the two, or do we move because you are doing what the people need and you are serving the people? Yeah, thank you.
Interesting. Yes, dear.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Omhle Nchingila, and I'm from the Right to Protest Project. I won't speak much because I think colleagues have already covered a lot of things that have been on my mind. But whilst everybody else was just talking, it just reminded me that on a daily basis, I help organizers build their social movements. That's basically what I do every day. And I've been uncomfortable with the way we practice what we do as advocacy officers. For me, there's a lack of just practicing your indigenous knowledge in what we do. We have this one model of doing things, and we want to infringe it in every community there is. So I'll just make a small example of, if I am going to serve a community in Guruman has their own ways of interventions and doing things as social movements, as compared to a Limpopo or Umlazi. And I never see that a lot of that type of conversations or debates happening within the spaces that we are in. It's always just like, I don't know, we've dehumanized how we practice advocacy. And I think someone was talking about how even us as staffers are disconnected from society, because NGOs have come with a very transactional relationships with communities, where we give communities what they need and we leave immediately. And we end up not even having a social contract between communities, where communities just know me as the girl that provides protest support, but they don't know Omhle, the human being who's also interested in the issues that they are protesting for. And I think there's a need to not only just build our community as NGOs, but build with communities and organizers. And it goes back into zooming out of these big questions of capital and in the environment, and dissecting these questions with communities and societies, sitting down and helping people understand the knowledge you have, but also hearing them out and in what they think about capital, what do they think about the environmental question. I go back home and nobody has a problem with coal. But here we are, there's a whole energy debate that's going on. It's big, it's too big, and we just need to start zooming out. My last thing is skills transfer. As a student activist, I've transitioned into activism in a different way in NGOs, but while still being a student activist, we never really got an opportunity to hear from people who've been organizing on the ground, in communities for years. So we get to make a lot of mistakes, which we should. We're young people and we should make mistakes, but there was nobody who was there to help me fail quickly and get up. And I think that's what's missing in between leadership training, skills transfer, and succession plans. There's a particular young leaders even NGOs are looking for, and it's not the radical. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. The last hand in this round. Still up? All right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Thabo Maile from #Pay the Grant campaign in KwaZulu-Natal. I'll be brief. So, just to how do we come together? So it seems to me like the social movement have lost confidence in the NGOs. I'm just thinking that probably it is more urgent now to have a discussion on concrete tactics or steps on how we're going to restore or build the lost confidence, amongst the two. And the other thing I'm just thinking on how are we, if possible, if we can learn from pre-1994 on how the social movement like APF, TAC, or Jubilee, South Africa, on how did they go about, working together with NGOs, Lastly, a question asked by Umama to say, do we have a clear understanding on what is social movement, what is an NGO, Because I know I've been in the Right to Know campaign, We've been asking this question, are we a social movement? Are we an NGO? And then people saying, oh, because we have a staff, we're an NGO, And then because we also have activists on the ground, then we're a social movement, So there was that question. We didn't know who we are. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. All right, so comrades, this brings us to the end. I've already been warned that we're over time, but I do think that we've had a fruitful conversation, a start to what seems to be a really, really big and complex conversation. But at least we're beginning to think about these things. But we are surfacing some of the stuff and the different layers and the complexities to the challenge, right? And so what we imagine to be the tensions and the trust deficit and the different ways of working and the gaps and we've done all of that. And so thank you, and thank you for your time. Utepo is going to come back into plenary and feedback.
As Mesha said, at 4 o'clock we close off our bags. It's Chile time. We're NGO bureaucrats. Okay. According to the program, we are doing a roundup of the day, but remember, there was that discussion on values that we didn't complete, so we'll do that as well. If you note, the program for tomorrow morning also talks about review of day one. The reason I'm mentioning the review of day one is because, obviously, in this synthesis of day one, we'll not be able to capture the engagement sessions we've just returned from. So we're asking the people who are reporting for the groups to connect with us as the facilitators so then we can manage the process for tomorrow. So that part of the review of day one, which is the review of the engagement sessions, will take place tomorrow. What I will do is to present my interpretation of the plenary debate that took place in the morning, that we then went with to the engagement sessions. And of course, it's subjective. It's my perspective and my interpretation. And let's see if then there's engagement after that. It's actually in 8 points. The first point, people in this room have a broad consensus on the crisis. There is a crisis. Some of the key causes of the crisis have been identified as following. exhaustion and self-implosion of those who are governing the state. Another way of putting it was state collapse. Stembele referred to it as a crisis of representative democracy. She also mentioned a demographic crisis. Noncedo also mentioned that alongside all of this is the rise of reaction and counter-revolution. That's broadly how we characterize the crisis. There are other elements which I'll come back to on defining this crisis. My reflection is that in our discussion on the crisis, its characteristics and its causes, we did not say enough on the historical, the structural, the systemic causes of the crisis. That's the first point. The second point, there is consensus on the need for a new vision, a new strategy, and concrete action to achieve social justice. That vision, that strategy, that action needs to be deliberately political. This is the point Tessa was making. At the heart of that political perspective and strategy must be the centrality of grassroots power and people's movements, with a sophisticated, nuanced understanding of the complementary roles of NGOs, and I would say academics as well, and the need to revolutionize the movement NGO dynamic. Also part of this new vision, strategy, and action must be the ability to self-critique for learning and building anew. The third point, whilst there's an important role for focusing on micro issues, we do need to find the unifying threads that go above all our immediate things and issues, but at the same time, manage a balance between the micro and the macro. This is an area that requires strategic clarity and tactical depth. Having said that, there was an emphasis on inequality and poverty, that whatever we do, we cannot ignore the need to address systematically and structurally inequality and poverty. And in this regard, there were two concrete proposals: a universal basic income grant and a wealth tax. Even though points 2 and point 3 suggest some kind of vision, strategy, and some ways of doing it, my reflection is that we're still struggling with being bold, with being deliberate, with being directional in a path-breaking way. There's still a struggle that we have as this body of people, particularly the what and the how. The fourth point that also came up in our discussion to now, there is a reference and an embrace of the Constitution as a foundational framework, even if there are critiques of the Constitution. The fifth point, Connie's phrase, the need for social movements and civil society organizations to be trendsetters. I interpret that to mean a number of things. How regenerative are we? How proactive are we? To what extent are we daring enough to pose alternatives? But also, how daring are we as trendsetters to base what we're doing on real, genuine, sustainable power? Then all of these points lead me to the sixth point. What could then possibly constitute what is a nascent political strategy? In my own words, are we, when we're talking about a new vision, a new strategy, and a program for social justice, are we talking about a new historic block? I'm raising this in response to Mesha. She said we cannot repeat the exercise of the UDF or Sangoko. Those were particular historical periods. If that's the case, are we talking about social justice being driven by a new historic block to bring about the kind of change we need as a society? A new bigger we, a new united front for our times and the future. At the heart of this political strategy, the plenary session put forward a number of elements. Movement building, as mentioned earlier, we cannot ignore the political space, particularly the electoral space. But how do we do that in a transformative way? When Mama Emily says the SJA must constitute itself into something that occupies Parliament, what exactly would that mean? That's a question I'm throwing back to that idea. There was quite a bit of emphasis on solidarity and coordination. Part of that coordination is the controversial idea Tessa put forward. She referred to it as a Black AfriForum. There was a response that said a progressive, radical kind of AfriForum. Forget the word AfriForum, but in what Tessa was saying were four important things: understanding the system and working out strategies to bring about solutions within the system and even challenging the system, mobilizing resources for your strategy, and then building hegemony. She didn't say hegemony, she said AfriForum found a way to make itself legitimate, acceptable, and a recognized actor, even if it's got all those problems that we know. I'm repeating these points about the notion of I don't have a word that can capture this, but it's not just a think tank, but it's a whole range of roles where she implies when she says AfriForum. But the points I want to repeat: the need to understand the system, the need to work out strategic ways to bring about solutions in your understanding of the system, the need to mobilize resources on a sustainable and effective basis, and number four, how do you build hegemony for this agenda that you present? Another point that was mentioned in the political strategy is about our mutual well-being as activists and as movements. There was reference to burnout, there was reference to self-exploitation, particularly with the salaries some people receive and so on, but also that was a broader point made with reference to the crisis of youth unemployment. Other elements of this political strategy that emerged is not just alternatives from civil society, but alternatives from the grassroots, alternatives from below, which also implied deeper democracy, which also raised another question beyond donor funding and a bureaucratism that can also be present. And then part of this was a reference to the need for collective approaches away from activism of individual glamour. And then part of this would require, as Mesha said, critical organic leadership, which would require political education around particularly economic literacy. And then, again, as Mesha said, finding ways to move from limited NGO professionalism to real, genuine, committed, critical, and engaged activism. And then this political strategy speaks to a vision. When it comes to a vision, we've used these words: social change, social justice, which I think is broadly shared, even if we have not yet debated the meaning of it. But then there has been some interesting references to anti-capitalism, to socialism, which I think requires more debate. Those came up in the room, but I don't think we've really debated them. The last point concerns young people, that body count that Stembele was doing. Young people, new generations, the future. My interpretation of what the room is saying in that regard is, are there ways in which the social justice sector can deepen, improve its understanding of the issues, interests, ways of doing, vibrancy, and power of younger generations? Not just are there ways, but actually this is a challenge that the social justice sector must confront and address effectively in order to bring these younger layers into the struggle for social justice, but also ensure that the struggle for social justice is given new meaning by younger people. Part of this was the need to use technology and so on in ways that young people communicate. With regards to addressing this, we did not cover the following: arts, culture, music, skills and education, and livelihoods, insofar as they concern young people. We did not cover those. What I mean there is a question of the fact that you have 900,000 young people who are writing matric last year. Only 100,000 of them will be absorbed into some education or employment. So this question of livelihoods becomes so important. How does the social justice sector work out strategies to address the question of a life of meaningful opportunities and sustainable human development for young people? This is a question, I think, which is quite open, which is quite glaring from our discussions up to now. Comrades, Stalin got to power because he was a secretary taking minutes and interpreting what was said. You've given me that possibility of approximating Stalin's power, but there is my summary, my interpretation of the debate this morning. Again, as I've said, we will come back to a synthesis of an overview of what came up in the engagement sessions only tomorrow morning. But I'm throwing it for a few engagements before we come to the last part of the day. Comrades, there it is. Any hands, any takers? Any additions, any changes, any challenges? Is it after lunch effects? Oh, Spulele, do you have a microphone in front of you?
Yeah, it seems to work. Chair, thank you very much for indulging me. Without shifting into a space that I'm very passionate about, I know I want to be more general. I wonder if we could, in that political conversation, I wonder if we could think through the use or the embracing processes of feminist, rural feminist approaches, you know, seeking those hidden capacities of rural women leadership if we want to make hardcore change, because the poorest of the poor are in rural spaces and in your peri-urban spaces. So perhaps maybe not just sticking to the rural feminist, but to also moving into the peri-urban feminist activist or leader. Could we then look at ways of building that capacity and trying to infiltrate the hidden capacities of those rural women leadership? Because now there's a shift in how women are leading in their own spaces. They're leading in their own spaces in more matriarchal ways and with less fear because of the obvious. Now there's a lot more killings, so women are now taking power back. So I wonder if in our engaging in that political ideology, can we try and find those hidden capacities, embrace them and pull them out and see how we can leverage use them as leverage points to get to meaningful leadership, and therefore politicizing them in a way that's going to work for us, not politicizing them in a way that's going to work for your usual political system.
Thanks. Janssen?
Thanks, Chair. I just feel that there was insufficient discussion about the challenges that we're trying to address. We're talking about movement building, and of course, it's easier said than done. And I don't think we've sufficiently analyzed the impact of neoliberalism beyond its socio-economic impacts. So what has the impact been on our communities that we're trying to organize, mobilize, politically and organizationally? So for example, in areas like Kailicha and many townships, the majority of people are in a survival mode, right? Their main focus is really about survival. So in terms of their consciousness, their attention, their daily activities, there's very little scope for thinking even about organizing, let alone political questions of the day, let alone coming together en masse and organizing around it. I can give another example. I don't know if comrades have heard of zero contracts in the world of work. It's starting in Britain. Apparently it's being introduced here, but essentially what it's about is that employers are now introducing zero contracts, which mean that workers start off on a 0 hours contract, and every week or even every day, the employer would contact the worker and workers and say, look, come in, we need you for 3 hours today. Tomorrow it might be no hours, Friday it might be 10 hours, etc., etc. Now just imagine what it will take to organize those workers who are affected by zero contracts into a union, how they can even meet, how they can even elect a leadership, how they can even represent themselves. It is almost impossible. So what I'm pointing out is that there are many such things that neoliberalism has imposed on us politically that undermine all this, desire for social movement building and organizing. And I'm saying that if we're going to tackle it seriously, we need to discuss that in detail. And some of us, we can share experiences. Maybe some of us have solved those questions. The other area, of course, that undermines organization is crime and violence in our communities. How do we deal with that? Particularly women, who are more vulnerable to that. I mean, when do people meet? If they're not going to meet weekends or at night or whatever, and in fact, in any time of the day, it's dangerous. There's the problem of public transport, for example, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm saying that, or I'm suggesting that we should focus on those questions that undermine our capacity and political ability to organize. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. The last three hands. Qabane yangiqola ngelikhohliwe igama. Woza Qabane.
Okay. I just have a small addition. I think for me, also whatever comes out, whatever activity, campaign, demand, whatever resolution comes from not only the 2 days, but also going forward, is that nothing will go anywhere if there's no grassroots work being done. If people are not on the ground, making sure that the numbers, people understand and so on. And as much as we are saying that NGOs need to go into their communities that they are organizing in, and they need to politicize formations that are already established, or they need to reorganize a community. In the same breath, I think the challenge must be put to NGO staff, affluent areas, middle-class people, also to be doing the same thing, to be organizing within their own communities, those people within those affluent areas, also to become part of this struggle, because they are also as much needed as the working class itself. I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Thanks. Monakal.
Ndiyavakala?
Kakuhle.
Okay, molweni, Sindisa Monakali. I think my comment or my contribution now, it is sparked by the conversation that we had in our group around how, as civic society, how are we going to engage the state? Or what is the state? Who is the state? That was the conversation that we had in the group. But I think when we go back and reflect tomorrow, this question about the role of the sector and the relationship that we have with the state need to be cleared. Do we continue to be the bridge between the communities or the ground with the state? So organizing communities and also doing this protest, delivering this memorandum, going to this legislature meeting, all of these things that we've done in the past 10 years as the sector, and that had shifts in great policies that lack implementation because of political unwillingness from the state. Or do we consider the question of taking power? How does that look like? Because Utesa earlier on said that when it's time for electoral politics or electoral elections, our role, we become silent as the sector. And we are hoping that the better devil will get into power and we manage to get those meetings and push for those policies that lack implementation. So to really consider the question of taking power, how is that looking like? And I think those are the key main things that we need to address when we're moving forward from this gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand, before I give wise, it can't be a boys' choir. Sharon?
Comrade Nonkedo, in her keynote address, spoke about us and warned us about the counter-revolutionary a counter-revolution to us building whatever we're doing, our mass movement, whatever comes out of the discussions and what we're all doing. And I think that at this point in time, we are witnessing political assassinations, whether it's KZN, whether it's the late Comrade Tulani, whether it's what's happening in Zimbabwe. So it's a regional phenomenon, but our country is not excluded from it. And I think that was a very critical point that was raised that we need to consider seriously in how we respond, not only in our strategies, but if you think of how the defiance of having political funerals during apartheid and the power of that when people were the victims of state violence, what do we have to bring back that, given how many people have been murdered because of what they stand for and speaking truth to power?
Thank you. Wise, are you not covered?
Yeah, I'm covered. I'm partial. I mean, the comrade here, yeah, exactly that's what I was going to say on the question of political assassination. I mean, activists, assassination of social justice activists. I mean, even in our movement, we've been, like, some of the time we've been facing threats, and of which that leads to a question whereby some of the comrades will not want to be in a leadership position because of maybe they know that how those in power respond to a question of effective organizing, because that question of effective organizing on the ground somehow tend to threaten, their own interest, in the development or in that particular organizing in the sphere of local government. So I think for us, it's a question of that on its own. When we talk about effective organizing, we also need to think about how do we ensure that these questions of those in power threatening activists by assassinating those who are at the forefront, or maybe also thinking about a leaderless revolution, to say we don't want a question whereby we will have figures in this kind of revolution we imagine because of they become targets by the state imaginary. So I think maybe it's those questions that we need to begin, thinking about. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, comrades. The synthesis I put forward, the additions that the room has made, are food for thought. Gumpako, Ipadkos, preparatory material that we have to take into the sessions tomorrow. But also some of them will obviously not be fully addressed by our discussions tomorrow, so they become then part of the report of the Assembly, but also part of future strategic conversations at this level, but also in diverse settings, in movements and civil society organizations, in communities. We will capture all of them and find a way to harness them and channel them in the way I was suggesting. Can we close it there when it comes to the synthesis of day one? This is when technology failed us. As it happened, actually this file was deleted. So we had to now go back to the video footage to retrace it. So it is back in front of us. We've spent a full day without any incident, but still it's important that we collectively agree on the values and the culture of our assembly, at least for tomorrow. I can't see what is there. So I'm asking that we quickly, individually go through what is in front of us, even though solidarity is misspelled. But anyway, so comrades, there it is. I will not read everything, anything actually, but it's stuff that we've generated. There are two questions facing us. Do we disagree with any of the proposed values put forward by different members present here? And then the second question, is there any addition which we want to make, something that's glaring, something that's missing? As you're thinking through that, in the ACC, one addition which that comes up is about sexual harassment. That was raised very strongly in the WhatsApp discussion in the ACC. So that's one addition already. Comrades, The floor is yours. Kungani ke? Bonani uye kucinga ngobulongwe bangapha eHanover. Ube lapha kwi-session wongeze. Comrades, Viv, are you happy? Okay, I'll take that dictum. Silence means consent. In this case only. Okay. No, that's fine. Comrades, I'm now moving to announcements so that we can close the day. Let me just open what came up on WhatsApp. Okay. Nalundi has helpfully written them down in her horrible writing. Let's try and make sense of it. The glass bottles, please, let's return them to the blue crates outside. The launch of the Social Justice Sector Review Report, which is scheduled to start at 5:30, will take place in this auditorium, but drinks, food, and music will be outside. People who have to check in today, please join the buses to the Sheraton that will leave at 8 p.m. Tomorrow, the buses will leave the hotel exactly at 8 a.m. Sindisa was one of the late ones this morning, delaying the departure of the buses. So Sindisa, no more tomorrow. The Zumba will be during tea breaks tomorrow. Today? Oh, okay. I missed it. Okay. And then finally, T-shirts, please get them during this break. They are at the registration table. By the way, the one announcement we forgot is about tweeting and Facebooking and Instagram and so on. Please do. What's the hashtag? SJA. Comrades, it was nice knowing you as it lasted. Amandla. We are done for the day. Thank you.